technically private, but it is on YouTube. Let's see how this looks. Are there any Insta... Did I just... I threw something. What did I throw? I don't know what the fuck I threw. Okay, whatever. Alright. Sign in. Perfect. Activate source. Yes, okay, so it's showing up there. Cool, 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 cool. Alright. Alright, so let's see. Active. Let's fly around a little and just see. No, it's looking good. Drop frames, frames do, okay. Meow. Nailed it. Okay. Did this freeze? Okay. That froze for a little bit. That's a little worrying. But... Meow. Alright. Still upset that I can't get this... Well, I just had to see, but I don't think I really can. Okay. Um... Do. Uh... There. Okay. So it seems like this is holding up. My baby girl. Yeah, it seems like it's solid. That's what it seems like, at least. Yep, we are... I have a private stream going on right now for YouTube just to see how this looks, but there was a slight freeze on Twitch's side where I was standing in the same place for a long time, but I refreshed the screen and it looks fine now. Unless you're seeing anything different. But it's... And on my stats page, it's not showing any drop frames. No red. FPS is 60. Yeah. So I'm guessing it was just a server thing on Twitch's side is my guess. Okay, cool. Well, that's a relief. So I did not want to go through troubleshooting. That'd be yours. Okay. Yeah, it's the only thing that I could think of, because I was thinking that I never changed, you know, there was no setting that I messed around with and changed or anything like that to justify breaking the streaming for Twitch. Yeah. So that's a big plus. Do, 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 do. Okay, it's still showing that. Okay, cool. Glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, pretty much. Certainly what it feels like sometimes. Sometimes. If I can actually talk. Public. Done. I'll probably stream for like an hour or two. Just muck about. Save. Yeah. I'm not going to worry too much about that. Words are very hard. Words can also be very annoying. Or in the words of a Trace Adkins song, words get in the way. Okay, so we need to figure out exactly how far we'd want to go. On the back of... I need to look at the screenshots again. It's on the back of... Nice, probably gonna drop on some Oblivion for a little bit in a bit. Sounds fair. You've been working hard, doing chores. I respect that. And I'm gonna be just kind of planning builds and where to dig and how much to dig. Nothing too absurd. Well, no more absurd than I've already made it. I feel crazy whenever I tell people how to pronounce Dunmoreau. It's pronounced in-game differently than how everyone says it. I'm sure they've said it in-game a handful of times. Have I mispronounced it? Although, to be fair, I probably have. I try to look up the actual, like, audio files of them, so I try to hear different characters actually say the words. Sometimes I can't always find them. Dunmara. Oh, Dunmara? Dunmara. That is so weird. Watch the dwarf starting intro. It's what? Okay. I swear I'd listen. I've been calling it Dunmaro for years since I started playing the game, so that's also why it doesn't help. Because I've been calling it that since for so many years. Watch the dwarf start. Okay. I didn't realize they said it in the dwarf. Then again, I haven't made a dwarf in a very long time. So extra absurd, but not extreme absurd. Exactly. Just the right amount of absurd. I mean, I'm only trying to rebuild a world. I promise you it'll blow your mind. Yeah, everyone has. That's so... I now have to hear that. That is so wild. By the way, hope you're doing well tonight, Elise. I hope that's how you say your name. It's a friend of mine many moons ago had a name similar, and that's what we always called her. Or that's what her name was. Dunmara. Oh, that's gonna take so much getting used to. I don't like that. But if that's how it's said in game, I abide by that. But that's still so weird. Dunmara. Dunmora. Oh, that's gonna take so much. Oh. That's more oh my god. Dunmara. Are we talking like like that sort of thing? That hurts my brain. Is that I feel like everyone's been calling it Dunmaro for years. Like since it came out. I really feel like that. Oh, that's so... Nailed it. Let's go up a couple Let's go to 13 to be crazy. Aha. So, go watch the intro cinematic. You'll hear what I mean. I'm not gonna like this because it's gonna hurt my brain. I'm not gonna like this at all. Oh, but I have to. Take this moment to humor me and blow you. All right, but I'm only doing it to humor you. All right, let's see. Dwarf starting zone cinematic. I may just have to like log into WoW and do it, honestly. Unless this person has the intro. Okay. Okay. We are about to find out. Okay, let's skip ahead a bit. Okay. All right. I'm not going to like this.
Come to the enduring halls of Ironforge. Obsessed with the workings of the Titans, the dwarves retrieved their creator's mystical tablets from the fabled city of Ulduar. Activating one such tablet, King Magni Bronzebeard fell prey to a terrible curse that fused his statue-like form into the diamond heart of Ironforge itself. To compound this tragedy, Magni's estranged daughter Moira arrived, claiming her father's throne for herself and for her infant, dark iron son. To avert civil war, the dwarves created the Council of Three Hammers, an uneasy coalition that would share power equally amongst the clans. Now, with political upheaval rising within the kingdom and the great cataclysm ravaging the surrounding lands, the future of Ironforge falls to brave dwarves like you.
Did I miss Dune Moreau? Oh my god. You listen to the Cataclysm, Wrong Omen? Oh, we need the vanilla version. Okay. Oh geez, that's gonna be more annoying. I may just have to hop onto WoW Classic and just make a frickin' dwarf just for that. Gosh darn it. Because now you've blown my mind. I believe you, but I don't want to believe you. All right. I'm going to hate everything about this. First, I just want to fly into my semi-protected area. Ooh. Okay. The screen's going to go dark for just a little bit while I switch over. But I have faith that we will survive. We will survive. I will survive. Takes a while for it to actually boot up. The Cataclysm, Wrong Omen. So it was only in the vanilla version? I'm just gonna go black for a little bit while it switches over. Unless it crashes, then, you know. And that is also a thing. bloody hell. See, you got me all sorts of bamboozled. I can't believe what I'm hearing, so it's just throwing me off my game. I don't like this. Dune Mara. That is super weird. I don't like that at all. How is it not done Moreau? How? Social contract. Well, yeah, I accept, sure. Alright, so we have to make a... You just have to make a dwarf. Doesn't matter. Commodin. That sounds fair. Alright. Okay, for starters... Need to be sure that I can hear this. Oh, bloody hell, am I gonna have to restart it again? Arg. That's always annoying. Alright, redo. This hurts my brain. Like, right? All to hear the correct saying of something. Why are you being stupid? The one time I need you to work for me. The one time. Wait. Just default. Oh, you son of a butt muncher. Alright, fine. System. Audio. Realtek. The one time. Seriously? Wow. This is like what I do. That's fair. Okay. Let's try this the third time. Maybe third time's the charm. Come on, Buckaroo. You can do this. Either in my headset or on my speakers. I don't care which. I just need to hear this. Because I don't believe what I'm hearing. Oh, come on. Why is it being stupid now? I may just have to take your word for it and then like watch it off camera or something. Or off stream. Because it's not wanting to do it. Default? No. I could see if they actually sound disabled. Click the box. Hang on. Oh. See, this is why you're smart. I'm just a dum-dum. Okay. So let's try this to put it in my headset. There it is. See? That's why I don't make the big bucks. I'm so frazzled by this whole dwarf thing, I can't think straight. Moment. Okay. Moment of truth. I'm just... Okay, we got this. It only helps if you enable sound if you want to hear it. Which I did.
The stoic dwarves of Ironforge spent countless generations mining treasures from deep within the earth. Hidden within their impregnable stronghold of Ironforge Mountain, they rarely ventured beyond the wintry peaks of Dun Mora.
Oh, what the hell?
The dwarves
Dun Mora.
unearthed a series of ruins that held
Dun
secrets to their
Mora?
ancient
I
heritage.
have...
Driven to discover the truth about his
How did I
people's
miss
fabled
that?
origins,
I
the
played
great
dwarf
King
in...
Magni Bronzebeard ordered that the dwarves shift their industry from mining to
Well, I had my
archaeology.
what's going on,
As
Orc?
part of the Grand Alliance,
hope your day
the
is going
stalwart
good.
dwarven armies have been called away to battle the
Elise was just
merciless
telling
horde
me
in
that,
faraway lands. In these perilous times,
I and probably
the
many
defense
others
of the Mountain
had
Kingdom
been
falls to
pronouncing
brave
Dune Mora
dwarves like you.
wrong
The
for so many
spirits of
years,
the ancient kings watch
and
over
now
you,
I'm upset
and the very mountain
because my mind has been blown.
The future of your people is in your hands.
And so I just had to hop on to confirm or deny what Elise was saying, because that hurt my brain. I'm gonna need to listen to that like 4 times, because god damn it. Dune Mora. It sounds so wrong. It sounds so wrong after saying it how I've said it for the past 15, not like 18 years. Bloody hell. All right, well. Oh my god. I'm still, oh my god. That's gonna take so much retraining. This hurts my brain, man. I don't like that. Go back to a world where it makes sense. I don't cry. God damn it. Okay. Back to Minecraft, man. That's... Oh, I'm scared to say that now. Because I know I'm going to be wrong. Neltharion? Or Neltharion? Because I know they've said it multiple times. It's Neltharion or Neltharion as far as I know. But I'm apparently wrong. How do you think Neltharion? I would go with Neltharion. That just kind of... Second Neltharion? Okay. See, that at least sounds right with how I'm seeing it. I learned a while ago that during Second War, dwarves took a pretty heavy beating from orcs because, yes, while they didn't breach Ironforge, they devastated their lands and all the outposts. Correct. Yeah, during the Second War, the orcs tried to penetrate Ironforge, but they weren't able to actually break through, so they basically just destroyed their land surrounding Ironforge and left the city as it was while they went to go and hurt the humans more, because they knew that the dwarves were going to try to help the humans, as far as I remember that. But then, they knew if they could just like distract them. Yeah, they lost way too many orcs. They realized that they were not going to win that fight. And they just kind of said, peace. Okay. Well, now that my mind has been sufficiently blown, and I'm going to have to relearn how to say a word I've been saying wrong for 18 years. 19? 18 or 19 years. That just... It hurts me. I will say I do want to rebuild some stuff from WoW into Minecraft. I think that would be fun. Namely, Ironforge. Thanks for hearing me. No problem. Makes me glad I popped in. I have a different channel where I do cool lore voiceovers with my voice actor friends. Awesome. That sounds cool. And you are very welcome for humoring you. I am, especially considering I do lore videos, probably good to know how to say stuff. I suppose current overall orc population is kind of big because Magheart orcs joined. I would say so. That'd be my guess. Get this. Okay. Like, I'm still reeling from that, man. That hurts my brain. been saying the wrong word for like 18 years. Okay, so I need to figure out... This is the front? Yeah. So I'm pretty sure there's mountains around the back. Sovereign Elise VA. Oops. 1 second. Forgot to switch that back. There we go. Don't need my main screen being shown if I don't need it. Especially since I'll drag stuff in front of it. Emerson Blizz dude on answer the question on Maghar orcs on how many actually came through that big teleport. Interesting. You remember how many? By chance? Aha. Hidden lore of Aj-Kahet. Cool. Well. New sub. I will definitely check out that later because I'm curious. Twitter said something along the lines of don't have exact numbers, but a significant fighting force right on the Azeroth through that teleport. That makes sense. I can definitely get behind that. I just have a... God damn it. A random hole. Significant fighting force to me definitely sounds like... Actually, could vary. See if I can... No, not a chance. I mean, it could vary from like a few thousand to like a few armadas kind of a deal, so kind of up in the air to, I guess, how many they would need for a story, I feel. Still mind blown from the alternative universe Lightforged not being our Lightforged in game, which makes it better because alternate random Lightforged were crazy evil. Yeah. I don't remember a whole lot about the alternative Draenor stuff, minus kind of what I had to know for Khadgar's bit. But I remember Maraud dies. Now, was that like our version of Maraud? Or was that the alternate version of Maraud? I can't remember. And then I know Garrosh is, or not Garrosh, Grommash is actually like trying to be, you know, not a tyrant. Garrosh was, he went to like, not with Priest, but I forget the, or did he go with the Lightforged? Because he ended up dying, I believe. And Grommash was like trying to avenge him or something to that extent. We'll have to take down these trees. I remember there was a lot that went on with alternate Draenor. But I never actually did a full deep dive into everything that happened. Alternate Draenor is reversed because in main universe Thrall is because in main universe Thrall is ashamed of what orcs did to Draenei, and alternate universe oh, I'm butchering that name, is furious about what Draenei did to orcs. I mean, trying to force them to convert to light. After we leave alternate Draenor, Yrel goes genocidal, and 35 years later, Thrall's sister manages to get the Maghar rescued to modern Azeroth. I do remember Yrel going genocidal and she kind of lost her mind. I don't... Was there hints of her going genocidal when we were there? I don't remember, like, that part of this. I remember ending with, like, Herm, Khadgar talking to Yrel and saying, you know, it's not over yet kind of a deal. But I don't remember much else. I'm currently working on the Stratholme video, so I'm looking at old lore. Which hopefully people will enjoy when it comes out. Damn it. I think the Mag'har... Wasn't the Mag'har, like, recruitment quest bringing them the, you know, alternate race? Well, I'm totally... Allied race. Wasn't that whole thing going to alternate Draenor and finding out that Yrel went genocidal and wanted to just break bad hardcore? Alright. Oh, I did want to make a second map. It was confirmed some time ago that Grom died in battle with Yrel, which made me sad. Valid, Grom is awesome. And if Gayara learns about that and sees Yrel again, I hope she will lose her shit and try to kill her for vengeance. Those are always some of the most interesting times, that's for sure. To see stuff like that happen when someone just loses control to avenge someone. You said Gayara, right? Oh my god, I did? Yes! I can do something right. Fantastic. Although knowing me, I'll butcher it still, randomly. Because I've noticed even when I do recordings, I'll for some reason switch back to, like, how I may have said something. Like, I know Draenor is actually said Draenor, since it was confirmed by Metzen, I believe at the con many moons ago. And probably in-game as well, but I remember Metzen said Draenor, and I'm like, yep, that's how you say it, that's Draenor. And for the longest time I was saying Draenor. And there's many other instances where I realized that I had been saying stuff wrong, and mid-recording I'd have to go back and fix that, or during the edit I go, well, I said that 3 different ways, we have to find the right way I said it and actually, you know, put that one in. So that's always fun. Okay, I think I need paper to expand these, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Blizzard does Draenor. Their advertisements all say Draenor. Draenor. How would that make any sense? There's an A. Should be at least Draenor. As far as I know, it's Draenor. That's how Metzen said it at the con. That's how I say it. I keep it simple. Don't need that. Paper. There's words I was looking for. Now let's just grab. Botani escaped Durotar Wilderness. Well, that's good. Those are like the tree ant guys, right? All ads for WoD say Draenor. That's weird. Like the character, that's just super weird. I'm surprised that Blizz would, No, I don't want to copy. How do I make it bigger? I can't remember. Bloody hell. Glass saves it. God damn it, I can't remember. Time for Google. How to make map bigger Minecraft. Oh, you do it in the crafting table? That's weird. Probably just the voice talent they brought in for the advertisers having to speak fast. More than likely. Probably like a time crunch sort of deal. So it's this. That? No. It's supposed to be in the... I've done it before. Why can I not remember? Oh yeah, because I don't do this. What? I am so confused right now. Are you broken? What about you? Are you better? What the balls? I'm so confused. It's not... What the fuck? What the absolute hell? What am I missing? Oh, it has to be made already. Okay. I'm not that smart. Okay. Well, let's just get rid of that. Don't need that. Okay. Okay. That's more like it. I'm waiting to see if Vol'jin appear as a proper low. I'm wondering when they will do something like that. Oh, that'd be cool. I started doing the script for Zuldazar, and in Cataclysm, through that there's like 3 or 4 Loas that are mentioned, and so I'll definitely want to. I'll probably do a Loa video. I know I want to do a Wild Gods video at some point. Whether I do the separate gods themselves, like the Loa are considered separate gods for the trolls. Then you got like the gods, the Night Elves worship, stuff like that. You know what makes me sad? In Cataclysm, they removed the lore behind the second boss on Blackwing Lair. He was in Lower Blackrock Spire, and you helped him, and then he rushed into Blackwing Lair after we built a friendship. Sad. I did not know that. They removed the lore behind the second boss of Blackwing. Well, I'm gonna note that down because I'm very curious. During data remove lore and boss of EWL. I want to see him and Bwonsandi as buddies. I told Bwonsandi. Oh my god. You think I'm drinking, but I'm not. Well, drinking soda. It's annoying that current Zandalari prelate. The current prelate lore is really weak after Razan's death. There's no real answer currently on how they operate without Razan. I am curious. I do have a section about him and all of that, because he ends up like dying in Shadowlands. I know that. I don't know the exact quest or anything like that, but I just know that he ends up dying, like, for good, because he gives Vol'jin like his remaining power. a good question. Now there's like no context for it in retail. One of those things I hope to add back in like for a secret to re-unlock old. Ooh, that'd be cool. I had to get the. Okay, I didn't really have to, but I wanted to get footage from the old Scholomance, and I, without knowing, kind of stumbled into how to do the old Scholomance stuff, and so I was able to get that unlocked for footage for the video, which I was quite happy with. Why is it only showing 2 walls? That's really weird. 1, 2. Oh, okay, it can't pick up the single. Oh, okay, interesting. I figured it would, but okay, I guess not. Learn something new. I know one question I want to cover is the Stalvin quest chain. Although I don't know how many people really care for me to cover it, since it's been, like, covered to death at this point, I'm pretty sure. But I'll probably still do it just because I think it's a cool quest chain. And it really sticks to that really darker side of WoW. Who has someone? What these guys gave frames, but I guess not. Oh well. I saw that I was going to comment on using retail footage of Eva and such, of the lore with the Barov brothers both sending players for the deed and then killing each other, but then show up in WoD. Yeah, it was a bit weird. Like the, I found it interesting that for WoD they basically just did a copy-paste for Alexi and Weldon, and no real questions, just like, it also need to address the Forsaken information. Also, they need to address the Forsaken situation because as of now, they're just destined to die out. Last I saw, they had like the Forsaken Council, but do they... I'm assuming there's no real way to bring in more Forsaken minus forcing people into Undeath, which I'm guessing they're kind of against, since they don't want to force anyone to do it. Is my assumption, but I could be wrong. I am curious how much is going to be addressed in Midnight and everything. Who sells frames? I guess to be fair, I don't really need the frames. I have plenty of hide, so it's not a huge deal. I'm wondering if they'll use Callie as a lore vehicle for having Forsaken Paladins. That'd be interesting. And I guess technically if they spin it right, it could make sense to where not as many people are going to be upset about it. I will say I did prefer when it was not to where every race can be every class sort of thing, because it's definitely leaning towards that. Yeah, they can already be priests, so Pallies are literally just warrior priests. That's literally what they are. And I mentioned it in the Stratholme video that I'm working on, so yeah, it would definitely make sense. You may as well just go grab sticks. I think I had a random shulker of sticks. My organization is just truly the tops. Like, it does not get more organized than me. Outside of, like, you know, everything else. Okay. Might hope if I actually have it in my inventory, huh? It's the stuff. But in lore, almost all of them are just shadow priests. Makes sense. There are very few of those who use light, and when they do, they always suffer. If I remember correctly, when they use the light, they can essentially heal parts of themselves, but obviously they can't come back to being human or anything like that. And so they actually like smell their decay and everything like that, so it's very unpleasant for them to actually use the light. Oh wow, really? That was... Oh, it's... Okay, I was thinking it was the other way around. Same would go for paladins, I suppose. Oh, definitely. But it wouldn't shock me if you can have, you know, the brave few who are just determined to be paladins who can do that. Yeah, they can feel everything that is horrible about them. Yeah, so I mean, technically they could. I mean, it would make sense. Please tell me you've watched Barney 64's classic WoW series and Scarab plus Scarab Lord Adventures. It's impressive. I have watched some of them. I have... I have yet to watch all of them. Because a friend of mine had actually recommended those to me. And I keep forgetting to actually watch them. I think I've watched one or two, I believe. Okay, so we need to... Let's just go all the way out, because I don't know why I flew all the way out here. Alright, so this is the max it can go. We may do a smaller one. I guess this gives me a reason to explore a bit. Hope they bring back the Chandralar rep one day. I hate that it was removed. I don't understand their old mentality toward removing stuff like that. That was the one you get in Dire Maul, right? I remember there was some big quest chain or something with it. Or you get something cool from it or whatever, but I definitely don't think they should just remove old rep, especially when it can add to the lore, so people can actually go back and explore certain things. But I guess it's good that you can go into Classic and relive it that way if you are so determined. But I definitely agree, it'd be nice if they don't remove all old rep or anything. I think what I'll do is I'll put... Oh, hey, I need to find land. Jeez. Old rep system was annoying. It took forever to farm those to max. Absolutely. That is not a lie. But you definitely had that sense of accomplishment, that's for sure. Yeah, it was removed in the Chandralar. Wow. I can't talk. It was removed when they let the Chandralar join the Kaldari, so Night Elf mages became a thing. Blood Elves were pissed at it too. Whole quest chain in Jara mocking the Night Elves' bad magic. That would make sense. Oop. Alright, so first we need Ender Chest. This. Just get all healed up. Technically, I didn't need to use all of those, but I didn't really feel like stopping. There we go. Okay. Now we need rockets. Well, at least I gave a reason for why night elves. Well, how night elves became mages. Highborn all kicked out for magic and start Silvermoon, then the Alliance needs more mages and suddenly it's okay for elves to do magic all of a sudden. Oh yeah, I'd crash out too. Desperate times call for desperate measures, but yeah, I would definitely be pissed. Wasn't there a... No, I'm thinking of the book. In Wolfheart, there's a big thing with Maiev and Gerard. I think that's how you say his name. Her brother. Where they talk about the elves being allowed to do mage magic and, you know, that sort of thing. And I don't think Maiev was for it, or she... Because that book, she went a little crazy. Can't stand Void Elf lore. They're a completely ass-pulled race. I don't know about ass-pulled. I mean, it makes sense to me. Although it's been fairly determined that I'm pretty chill about a lot of the WoW stuff. I just enjoy learning about it. I mean, the Void Elves make sense to me as, I guess, as much as they need to for me to be cool with it. For the simple fact that Alaria was drawn to the Void, and there's many instances in, I'm sure, real life of people doing that sort of experimentation and bad things happening, but adding a magical touch. I could definitely have used you, Elise, when I was doing research for previous videos for like the old god stuff, when I was trying to figure out a timeline for everything. Oh my god. There was... I talk about it in the videos, but I remember I was trying to figure out something with the Keepers and the Titans and like how it went, and like how one made the other, or how it was... I can't remember. I'd have to go back and actually listen. I will definitely add you, because I always like to have someone who I can bounce WoW lore off and learn something new and all that. And if I'm ever in a debacle of that nature, I'll probably... It'd be nice to have someone to understand my rantings. I can go nerd about WoW lore, Marvel, Marvel DC stuff, Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is actually what I'm working on building in Minecraft. It will never be finished because I'm doing it all in just survival, but it's just a fun project for me. And Avatar: The Last Airbender, Warcraft, Marvel DC. I feel like there's another one I'm forgetting, but the live act... Oh, Avatar? Yeah. I only... I only watched the first episode of the Netflix live action, and it just didn't hit me. Like, other reviewers definitely summed it up better than I ever can. So I'm terrible with like reviewing that sort of thing. But yeah, it was definitely tell don't show. It was a lot of that, like with Aang's personality for starters. They have him just say a lot of things, but he doesn't actually do them. And I don't know why they started off with the, like, showing the massacre. Like, I don't know, it's just weird. Cool for the cast that they get to do 2 more seasons. I'm just hoping that the writing improves. And in reality, how many void elves there are? Probably dozens. The lore doesn't indicate that. There are hundreds of them, so basically now if race has dozens, it qualifies as playable. Kind of weird. In my head canon, obviously you're free to disagree all you want. That's totally cool. It's one of those things of when someone else tries it and they get something cool out of it, then others want to try it. Kind of a deal. I guess I just don't think about it much. I don't know. Like I say, there's a lot of things that don't upset me or frustrate me that probably should. I get frustrated at like Marvel's decision or Disney's decision for how Marvel to do things with Marvel, because a lot of it just seems like common sense of how not to screw something up, but yeah, I mean, to be fair, the lore, there's certain things you just kind of have to take liberties with, especially when it comes to trying to introduce a playable race. I mean, end of the day, they knew that introducing a new elf race would make them very liked, since Blood Elves were the most played race. I don't know if they still are, but they were up there at least, especially when they were released. I know that. So I just sent you a friend request on Discord. It'll be under Artelis, is my Discord. Because I never actually got one for the channel itself. I'm always down to talk nerdy about WoW lore. Especially with me trying to learn stuff, and especially pronunciations, because that's always my biggest frustration. I always try and be sure that I at least hear it. Yeah, but that's old lore at this point. I suppose there are more Blood Elves now than in BC, but yeah, I get your point on being popular race and not having giga population. I mean, I feel like there's certain things where you have to take it as there's a mix of the lore, but then just the gameplay. So it's kind of like in Minecraft where you have people have, you know, deduced different lore for Minecraft and kind of what's intended for the lore of the game, but also suspension of disbelief for sure. But then also just what's a game mechanic kind of a deal. Like I said, there's a lot of things that I don't really stress over. I get mostly frustrated over just stupid decisions. But when it comes to just lore stuff like that, it doesn't really bother me. Which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but it's just how it is. Kind of like a reporter. I'm just here to report what's going on and what's in the world. I don't have a major like love or hate for the people or the stuff that people seem to dislike. Because like I'm afraid they're gonna bring back Sylvanas just to kill her. Because I really love her character, and I hope they can do more with her than just kind of using her to be like, hey, she's back, never mind, she's dead. Because I would hate that. Especially after reading the Sylvanas book and everything. And kind of putting together everything that's gone down. Like, I would like her to have a redemption arc. I just truly hope that they have some interaction with her and her brother. Because that's such a big thing in the book, and And then interaction with her and her sisters. That'd be amazing. Woot, lore nerds unite. He had a small comeback during DF Forsaken Heritage questline. If you are Forsaken who chose to be Sylvanas' loyalist during BFA. Actually specifically allowed. I specifically leveled an undead during remix because I wanted to be sure I could do the heritage quest, because I knew that she appears in the heritage quest, and I know that I very badly wanted to ensure that I get that footage for her video, which is going to be astronomically long. It's going to be stupid long how long it is. I hope they allow her a real chance to die meaningfully for Silvermoon. She was denied the chance to let her pass and sacrifice for her people. Let her defend it and win and have a true death. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. My biggest thing is I want them to have solid interactions between her and her sisters. And like I say, I would love to see her and her brother somehow connect, since she's in the Maw. So it would make sense for her to actually get to find his soul and be able to, like, you know, see him. Because they didn't say how long that the jailer had been siphoning the souls, I don't believe. Or they probably did, but I was in passing, or I just totally missed it. Which is very, very likely. But because Nathanos is definitely in the Maw, since he was sent there definitely during that time. Since Argus the Unmaker... Oh, since Argus... Okay, that's right. Oh, duh. Bloody hell, I did a video on that. I have a clip of Argus going to broke the Arbiter. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Okay, so Lyrith wouldn't be in the Maw. But, I mean, she could talk to someone. I say, they had such a great relationship in the book. I just want to see them have that. I just want to have one interaction. And even have all the sisters. That'd be great. Yeah, during Legion. I remember now. I specifically remember looking up that cinematic and realized Argus was the one that... Okay, yeah. It's been proven so far how smart I am at times, not realizing that I had the sound turned off. That was for every Sylvanas loyalist. I got the little owl on my blood elf and it made me cry. I have to do that, man. I definitely got to do that heritage quest. I've been meaning to do it forever and I keep forgetting. How am I? Paddle, paddle, paddle. It's funny that Varrock didn't go to Maw or whatever, for whatever reason. He's with his family now in place that looks like Nagran, described by our favorite Zappy boy. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where Lyrith went after his death. I'm not sure which the afterlives fit him most. I mean, of the four, it seems like Ardenweald would, even though he wasn't, like, part of the forest. But Bastion is more for those who, like, served in duty, right? Because Maldraxxus was, like, for the warriors who just wanted to keep fighting. Revendreth was to try and redeem people. And then Ardenweald was kind of like the, you know, people of nature kind of deal, the spirits, the wild gods and whatnot. And so, yeah. believe Varrock turned into a trinket carried by Sylvanas? Wait, what? She carried around his soul for fun, I guess. Well, that would make sense with her attitude at that point. Look up the trinket, Old Warrior's Soul. It's hilarious. Well, guess what I'm about to do? Old Warrior's Soul trinket. I need to run through Shadowlands. That's one thing I have neglected to do, is actually run through the old, because Shadowlands is soloable, I believe. Yeah, it is weird. Sylvanas had his soul or something, but in book it said Varrock is happy with his family. It's probably something that Blizz overlooked, or if Zappy Boy was saying, it could be that he just misspoke, or that's where he wanted Varrock to be, possibly. I haven't read the book or anything like that, or know anything about it, but that'd be my possible reasoning for Blizz to do that. Kind of like that's what Zappy Boy is hoping for. Maybe after we defeat her, we let him free. That would make sense. I feel like either one. Whether it's just a simple overlook of Blizz, or, you know, after we defeat Sylvanas, break the trinket open, and his soul gets released. I'd be willing to buy that. One little dot over there. That's sand? No. In Shadow's Rising book, where Bonsandi showed Zappy Boy that Varrock is finally reunited with his family. Made Zappy Boy cry tears of happiness or something, if I remember correctly. Interesting. In that case, my best guess would just be a simple overlook. Or it's possible Bonsandi base just told him what he knew he wanted to hear. That's another option. Need more lore-obsessed weirdos on staff. That kind of makes me think of Sam Witwer with Star Wars. He played Starkiller in the Force Unleashed video game, and he voiced Darth Maul in the Clone Wars, I believe. And that man is a full-blown Star Wars nerd. Like, there's been clips of him going around where he talks about how in meetings with the writers of the show and other things where they'll say something, he goes, well, you can't do that because it's already been confirmed that this person has done this, or he'd had this lightsaber instead of this lightsaber. Oh, no, I follow you, Orc. What I was getting at is Shadow Rising before Shadowlands, but then Sylvanas had his soul in his trinket. Blizz probably just didn't pay much attention to details. Yeah, I was just suggesting that possibly Bonsani was just saying what Zappy Boy wanted to hear. Although, again, I don't know the text, or if it's said anything else, but either way, wouldn't be the first time they do a retcon. I mean, there's already videos on the old YouTube talking about all the retcons that Blizz has done, so... I always forget how long it takes to actually fill in these maps. I almost want to do a separate world where I build WoW in Minecraft, but I don't think I'm going to hate myself that much. Or I will, and I'll just cry while I do it. Wouldn't be anything crazy. Eh. The ad, okay. We'll do... Have you seen the people that remade all of WoW through Wrath of the Lich King in Minecraft? I have not. I've seen the guy who brought together the team to do Hyrule in World of Warcraft, or in hell, in Minecraft, and then some different builds from like Avatar: Last Airbender, but I'm doing it the very long way that will never actually be finished. I'll link it to you on... Okay, cool. I'll definitely check it out. Because I very much want to... Like, I'm doing a single-player LP world for Minecraft where I'm going through all of the updates, and I definitely want to have some World of Warcraft builds. But I mostly started this world just because I wanted to be able to build and explore the Avatar builds. And also, with how much I enjoy Avatar, I get to nerd about Avatar. And like dissect the show and figure out how to piece everything together. And should be one more. Yep, there we go. Holy Toledo. Okay, so that one's done. You're gonna be mean to me and see how many I can... Oh god. How many I can say correctly? That is so mean. I swear, if I didn't get Cara Darrow right, I'm gonna be so sad. I said that so many times in the video. Because I asked AI how to pronounce it, and that's what it came back to, and I was like, that works. Sweet, I was actually right on something. That's great. Actually, could probably just do that. Yeah, we just need 2. Cool. But I do want to have the 4. These right here. We just need to go... Actually, let's do this. Sayer. So many big YouTubers say Sayer in their videos. They say Sayer Darrow? What? How would they come up with that? Sayer Darrow? What? Sayer Darrow? Is that how they say it? I really do try to look up the pronunciations of stuff and try to read it. Sometimes the wiki doesn't always have uh like the actual spelled out, or not spelled out, but enunciated for me to actually know how to say it. I'm just curious how the hell they came up with Sayer. Like, it starts with a C. Like, uh, what? Which ones have you needed? Oh, bloody hell! Uh, Cardero, I believe, was one. Um, bloody hell! I'd have to go back and kind of look. I've always thought of it as Care, not Sare. Yeah, that was my first thought when I looked at it. Since I mean, like you have names like Chris, Kyle, Cody. They have the C. Okay, Kyle doesn't, but like Chris and Cody have the C start, and it's K. So for me, it was Care, and it just made sense in the A. And I'm like, okay, that lines up with my thinking. Cardero, Ajkahet. That's how I heard it said in the trailer and cinematics. Ajkahet. Is that right? Dalaran. That would make sense. I sometimes switch between Dalaran and Dalaran, but again, been saying Dalaran for Ajkahet. Pretty sure. I feel like we'd have to like get in a call for you to like specifically do that, because yeah, Cardero, Dalaran, Draenor, Dornagal, or Dornagal. Not anytime. Kultirus? Kultiras. I think it's us. I listened to the cinematics for Kultiras many times to try to make sure I said that right. Nerubar? Nerubar. Nerubar Palace. Nagrand. Or Nagrand. I'm assuming nah. Like, nah, man. Okay. Let's go down this way. And perfect, so we're... Boop. There we go. Let's get this all... But yeah, there was quite a few that I... Nah, man, grand. More like nah, grand. Nah, grand? Nah, grand. Why are you ruining... Oh my god. Like, it's great to know the pronunciations. I just need to, like, know it's been said in the game. That's my big thing. Because I've had people in the comments tell me how to pronounce stuff, or how something should be pronounced, but for me, it's one of those things of, unless I hear it in the game, or from a, like, Blizz employee, then it's hard for me to trust that person. Simple fact that, you know, it's just up for interpretation sometimes in how they want to say it, especially with a fantasy world like WoW. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's it. I gotta hop in a Discord with you for this. It'll blow your mind. You're just gonna make me cry because you're gonna make me question everything I've ever thought of how to pronounce crap. One of those is also Aldraki Reaver. Aldraki, Aldrakai. this just makes me very sad because of how many times I've probably mispronounced everything. Let's get da, 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 da. I'll need about half. It's pronounced Aldraki, not Aldrakai. There's only one instance in Legion when the scythe using Demon Hunter says Aldraki in voice line. Yeah, for me it's like Alaria and Illyria. I've heard both ways from the voice lines, but I always kind of prefer Alaria. Ooh, I'm gonna like those videos. World of Minecraft, the Burning Crusade. Minecraft, but it's World of Warcraft. I love the building videos. Because I think those are just always super cool. But yeah, we'll have to jump in a Discord call sometime, and you'll have to blow my mind and make me sad at the same time with how to pronounce stuff. Because I do want to know how to pronounce them correctly, but I also do want to hear like voice clips just to confirm what I'm being told. That's always kind of my personal, not gripe, but just one of those personal rules for myself of I have no problem being wrong with how to pronounce something, because, I mean, it's not too shocking that I might get pronunciations wrong. But it's one of those things of, I can get those, don't worry, I have to get those for the wiki citations. Perfect. Yeah, I have no problem being wrong, as I'm wrong many times, very often. But I just want to be sure that, like, it's being supported by either a employee of Blizzard, like, you know, Ian Hazacostas saying it, or Metzen, or an art director, or whoever, someone who's physically worked on the product, or a voice line from a character who's in the frickin' universe. So it's, I'm not asking for the world. I just want to be sure I'm saying stuff right. And if I can't find a pronunciation, I just guess. And by that, I mean, I usually plug it into AI and go, okay, does that sound right? And if it sounds right to how I'm thinking, then I go with that. I think I like the super zoomed out maps, though. But I'm definitely going to check out the remaking World of Warcraft and Minecraft. Because I'm also working on, in my Avatar world, Omashu. Which is going to be painful. Because I'm making a custom desert. And it's very large. Very large. After I fill this map, I'll fly over and show it. Although I'm sure people don't really give a shit. Since it's a WoW channel, not a Minecraft channel. World of Minecraft, indeed. I just got linked videos that are like World of Warcraft in Minecraft, so I'll check those out later for sure. Oh, excuse me, Jesus. Oof. What time is it? What time is it here? 12:10 a.m. It's not super late for me. I usually go to bed ranging between like 2 to 4 in the morning. Kind of my usual. Huh. That's a cool cave. That'll end badly for me if I keep going down there. Yeah, it's not super late here. Although I guess that depends on who you ask. For some people, midnight is just a hard no. They're like, oh dear God, how would you stay up that late? And that's simple. I am the night. 10:12 here. Also lunchtime almost. Very nice. Anything special for lunch or just kind of winging it and grabbing a PB&J? It helps if I actually sit up straight in my chair instead of hunching over. That's not going to cause back problems. Nothing special, just home food. Nice. Yeah, I made a... Only way I can describe it like an egg casserole. It's got... I mean, it's like a breakfast casserole. Eggs, peppers, bacon bits, sausage, peppers, and cheese. Oh, what's PB&J? It's peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Midnight here, just finished getting all the transmogs for the in-game event ending today, and now I'm just procrastinating doing 2 mythic plus keys before reset so my raid lead doesn't yell at me. That's valid, that's valid. Oh yeah, I need to try and get, although I probably won't because I've done very little with the event. I got distracted doing Minecraft stuff, and then I got distracted doing the Skolo video. Oh, okay, now I know. I figured PB&J was like a universal thing, but I guess that's me assuming, and you know what assuming does. Makes an ass out of you and me. I told my mom that when we went on vacation to the eastern side of the state, and she started just laughing super hard. She hadn't heard that, or it had been so long that she forgot. I made like 150 alts trying to get the missing stuff I was... Trying to get the stuff I was missing. It was a pain. Yeah, that does sound like a pain. Like a big pain. I haven't met a single person who... Really? I figured peanut butter and jelly sandwiches were like... just that cheap, but I mean... To be fair, I don't really talk to too many people outside the state, so... I got timed out from being allowed to delete characters. Jesus. Like, I am an alt whore. Absolutely. 1000%. I will always cop to that. I cannot deny it. Once someone sees my character selection screen, it's pretty much done. Like, there's no lying. I've never really been into doing... you know, mythics or anything like that. I prefer to farm for transmogs, mounts, and just kind of level and enjoy. Me and my friend will occasionally do old raids together, and I'll do old raids to get, you know, footage or try to see something I missed. Or to, you know, farm endlessly for a pair of bracers that just won't freaking drop for you because they hate you. Not really an EU thing. Every country has something of their own to eat for breakfast. Well, PB&J really isn't like a breakfast staple or anything like that. It's just kind of one of those cheap foods that you put together and eat just because the ingredients are cheap and you don't have a lot of money, kind of a deal. And it's usually a good snack to send kids to school with. So growing up, I would have PB&Js in my lunchbox or whatever when I would go to school. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, that's wicked. Hang on. Ooh. This certainly won't add badly at all. Alright, let's go over here. Let's go north. In Finland, basic breakfast is like a sandwich or porridge. I think most people's breakfasts in America would probably consist of like eggs, bacon, pancakes, waffles. There's kind of a whole cacophony of different breakfasts, but typically the idea for breakfast is, in my head at least, is eggs, bacon, pancakes, French toast. I don't know, like breakfast food, but obviously different in every country. I just don't really think about how that is elsewhere because I don't really visit other countries. So it's not a main thinking point. But that is cool to learn. Sandwich or porridge? Any specific sandwich or just like a sandwich in general? Anything between two slices of bread? Waffles is considered a dessert. Interesting. I mean, waffles here kind of have a mixed bag. Like, people will put ice cream on... I think I've seen people put ice cream on top of waffles. Don't quote me on it. That could be very, very wrong. But waffles is kind of the... whatever you feel. I don't know, food's weird. People eat it whenever they want. But yeah, that's cool to know. I've never heard waffles considered a dessert, though. That's a new one. Interesting. I love eat. Random fact of the day. I do know I want to level a character on Classic simply because of the kind of obvious that stuff has changed from Classic to Retail, so certain things you can't get anymore on Retail. So I'd like to be able to get footage of it in Classic. The only problem that I'll have is if there's a quest line in Classic that you have to have, or I'll need to try to kind of suss out that stuff. Yep. Whatever sandwich you make, not anything specific, usually some cheese and cold cut and butter. That's fair. Yeah, we have similar stuff. For me, breakfast is just, there's not really a specific thing I eat each day, it's just whatever I feel like grabbing. Sweet stuff is, yeah. The best quest line, Sun Classic, usually require rating. Oh yeah. Well, and that was my problem with Scholomance, was that even if I had a character maxed out on Classic, I wouldn't really be able to get any footage from Scholomance because it's an end game dungeon. So I wouldn't be able to solo it and kind of do my usual walking through and getting that sort of footage, so I'd have to rely on a group to go in and get it. Which is fine, but to get certain things, like there's, I don't know if like an aesthetic, but I like to just walk through and have the B-roll be just the mobs doing their basic AI pathing and me walking through kind of a deal. Wouldn't be able to do that in Classic, so it's... Yeah, or Benediction or Rock Dalar. Is that the hunter bow? So I know there was a big quest line for the hunter bow and quiver. Benediction. which through benediction, I think you get the trinket to put, or for priests to have equipped so they can see the ghosts of Cardero. If I remember correctly. I believe I put a little note of that in the video. And did you know that the Plague Lands used to be called the Eastweald? They were called that before they got, you know, plagued. Which I had forgotten about, that there was a previous name for the Plague Lands. And we do this. I always forget how long this takes. I do this multiple times for doing yeah, Rukdalar Longbow of the Ancient Keepers. It's a hunter bow that has a whole questline with the petrified old ancients that were a reference to the 3 stone giants from Hobbit Lord of the Rings. Gotcha. I do remember seeing videos on it. I never did it myself. But yeah. Well, hopefully when you've watched my videos, I haven't said anything like that has made you turn off the videos because of bad pronunciation. Because that was always one of my biggest fears. Outside of people just not liking my stuff in general. But that was always... because the pronunciations are always pretty much up for interpretation until you kind of hear it said by a creator or a voice line. Oh, I'm way high up. Jesus, okay. How's the old... oh, yeah, we're good. Gotta be sure I don't end up falling to my death from broken elytra, which has happened multiple times. Oh. Yeah. Alright, go about there. Gotta be sure I get the whole thing. And then I'll hop over to Omashu and kind of show what's going on there. I haven't really got to show off this world in a long time. Again, I don't think many people really care too much, since it's, well, it's a very slow process. Because I'm deciding to do it in survival mode. The way I play would probably annoy so many people who play Minecraft. It happened once or twice, admittedly. I expected that. Like I say, I have no problem with that. I usually do try to find, or try to research if it's been said or somewhere, somehow. Whether I just completely missed it or just couldn't find the thing, or the, you know, wiki didn't have the pronunciation thing. But yeah, I do really try to make sure I say it correctly. One thing that always drives me with different creators' videos is By the way, how well do you know about other countries? I saw one video where people, US, weren't able to name 3 different countries, which is crazy. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know more than 3 countries. I think. Now, of course, thinking about it, I'm all worried, like, oh god, do I know more than 3 countries? Because that would be kind of upsetting. I mean, I don't really look into other countries outside of the occasional, like I have a friend in Australia. I've looked into a few things there. There's a friend in the Netherlands. And one up in Canada who I haven't talked to in a while. And I think Germany? Was there? I think she was in Germany. Or they. I think they were in Germany. Wait, people weren't able to name, like, Canada and Mexico? I would say that's sad, but I've seen videos where people similar to that, and I've also dealt with the general population when I did customer service, and oh god, there's multiple stories I could tell about people I'm pretty sure just didn't have a brain between their head. Because the one that I instantly think of, okay, there's like 3 or 4 that I instantly think of, but one that kind of, when even others retell this story, they kind of go, no, and it's yes. So I did deliveries for Lowe's for a number of years, and when we install a water line, you have to turn off the water to hook up the water line. Crazy, I know. So I've done this hundreds of times, if not more at this point, and we go to this woman's house and we start bringing in the new fridge and start doing our thing. I reach behind her washer to turn off the water because that's where her water line is connected. It like diverted off between the washer and the fridge. And she looked over at me and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm just turning off the water. She's got to hook up the water line." She looked me in the eye and said that the plumber didn't have to. And I just kind of went, "I'm sorry, what?" And she said the plumber didn't have to. And I just kind of was going, okay. Well, that you have to turn off the water to hook up a water line. It's not a question. That's how you can't have water going through the line. Like it's not a debate. That's just how it is. And she said, "Well, I would have seen him turn it off." So I told her he could have turned it off outside. There's a water line shutoff valve from the street that you can turn off the water to the whole house. She said, "No, I would have seen him." This went back and forth for like 5 or 10 minutes. I'm leaning more towards 5, but it felt like an eternity. To where she was dead set that her waterbender plumber was able to hook up the water line without turning off the water. And to this day, it hurts my brain. I remember I saw some kind of a research that 1 in 5 or 6 people doesn't know anything about geography in the US. I mean, that's depending on the geography, that would be right for me. I know very little. I mean, it depends on the question, I guess. But I very much keep to my own bubble. Like, I really, if I'm interested, I'll go out and learn it. But for the most part, like I say, it just depends on the question. There's certain things that I've heard asked in interviews where it kind of seems like a, wait, you don't know that? But I can't think of it right now. But I know I've heard different things where it's just kind of shocking. But like I said, after working with the general public for X number of years, you just kind of go, okay, that's fair. you can't name another state other than the one you're in. That's okay. Like I say, it's after dealing with the customers that I dealt with on deliveries, very little would surprise me. Very little. Actually, we'll just keep this in my hand. Oop. I'm so high up that, there's the fort. Or the stronghold. Ow. Oh, double ow. Oh, there's a... I don't exactly know why I kept this up here, but we're not going to think about that right now. Can't believe the Avatar became a plumber. Times must be tough. Totally. I couldn't believe it either. I mean, I think Paris is a country, which is ridiculous. Because Paris is the city, right? France is the country. Or am I wrong about that? Because at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm wrong. I know Paris isn't the country. I know that at least. But yeah, trust me, when she told me that the plumber didn't have to, capital of France. Okay, phew. I was like, don't tell me that I'm going to get that wrong. But yeah, I was surprised that Aang went on to be a plumber. It's impressive though. I mean, it's good work. It's an honest day's work. And to be fair, for the Avatar, it would really be child's play. Don't have to worry about turning anything off or on. It's great. You have to be sure you keep focused though, which I guess depending on the situation could be annoying. Spoilers for The Legend of Aang, man. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, they took a more like real life approach for Aang in the future. After he went on to save the world, he went more for the I don't want to save the world anymore. I just want to unclog things. It was literally, it was one of those times where my brain just kind of shut off and I was thinking, is this really a conversation I'm having? Like, really? Okay, so this is Omashu. So, first off, this was it before, well, before I added the stone. So I'm trying to make Wan Shi Tong's library over here, but since it's underground, I'm gonna hurt myself more and dig a giant hole and put it in the ground instead of doing the sensible thing and like just hollowing out a big area and then doing that. Probably because I hate myself. I haven't quite figured that out yet. And then we have Omashu over here, which currently is just a big hole. But this is where it'll be placed. However, I'm pretty sure it's too small for what I'd really want to do with Omashu. Because if you're familiar with the show, whoop, down here, you have the walls going up here. So big piston that lifts it out of the ground. That'd be cool. But the redstone for that would just make me cry trying to figure that out. So we have, it's on basically a big hill, and so it's going to be interesting to try to get the different layers and try to build the buildings there, but I'm not sure if this is really quite enough to get the builds that I would want to put in. But I've been focusing more on the outside here, where since it's got like the mountains surrounding it, and of course Omashu in the middle, it's, yeah, see if I can land on, or not. I'm gonna have mountains basically going from down there all the way up to here and kind of cresting over, and hopefully give that illusion of, you know, depth, since I mean it's not gonna feel good if you fall from this high, but you should survive. Oh, never mind, no you won't. Yeah. To the top of that you should survive. To the bottom you're dead. But yeah, so I need to make mountains going, cresting over, and all this to kind of fill in this area. And then up here, might not be one-to-one for the city itself, because like I say, I need to make sure the world height. And I need to have a bridge going across from the desert over to the city, which then you have to have, you know, all the deals. But yeah, so I have that. Mostly what I've been doing is, as you can see here, this is like a proof of concept, I guess. All of this sand placed here was placed by me. So this was a lush plains at one point. It is now not. So I need to clear out all of the trees in the area, as well as any water, which for the water I'm literally just putting a layer of cobblestone on top of it. Eagerly awaiting Orgrimmar rework. I am curious how that, because I know there was talks of doing Silvermoon. Was it Silvermoon and Orgrimmar? I think. So they were talking about they had updated the assets or something. But I decided to put a map over here showing my current progress. So the desert surrounding Omashu is kind of like out to here, encompassing this part of the desert, down here, roughly that sort of circle-ish deal. So all the water needs to be covered with cobblestone, and then on top of the cobblestone is when I actually build the desert. But on top of that, I need to clear the forests, the snow, since I have to bring down the mountain a bit, that way there is no snow. I hate what they did to the drag in Orgrimmar after Cataclysm. It's so pretty in Classic. The drag. I have to explore Orgrimmar on Classic then. So I can't remember the big change they did to it afterwards. I never really played much Horde. I still really don't play too much Horde. But I'll have to go and explore it. I'll have to make a Horde character. Orgrimmar is going to get a proper ship for it. Well, that's good. Well, yeah, it never made sense to me to have, like, they only have that one dock on the outside of Orgrimmar, when it's like, why not have, like, a good one? An actual proper deal going on there, guys. It didn't really make sense to me. But yeah, that's Omashu. We'll put this back where it belongs. Although I'll probably do... Sent you the comparison. Alright, I will check it out. Definitely more moody in Classic. Oh, okay. Yeah, it definitely had much more of a mood. Although it makes sense, it's really dark in Classic. It doesn't totally make sense if it's exposed to the sunlight like that. I just don't like the idea of needing Earthen to rework Orgrimmar because we already had Blackrock, Mag'har orcs, who are excellent builders. Was that the reason that, like, Liz is giving for why? I mean, It seems like a weird reason when the orcs had already built such a great city. Great looking city. And obviously with the time that's gone by, it's not hard to think that they've improved their crafting skills. Sweet Mother Teresa. Well, I see the awnings. It just seems... I feel like I had to explore it in Classic to really get the full feel, because I see the awnings, obviously. But I feel like it would still be a little brighter than it is. There would still be the shade coming down, but it has those big... I'll have to check it out in Classic, because I'm curious. It definitely has much more of a mood, that's for sure. Yeah, I never played Horde back then, so I never noticed the difference. I've gotten so used to the now, it's just normal for me. It doesn't bother me that much. Or really at all. At the very least, having a different visual in the rest of Orgrimmar rather than everything being orange. No, I totally get that. Like I say, there definitely should be shade from the awnings above, obviously, but it just seems like extra dark, you know? But again, I could be missing something in just that one picture. So, I started in BFA, so I never experienced the old. I just am opinionated. Nothing wrong with having opinions. As the age-old saying goes, everyone has opinions and they all stink. Or something like that. What the hell? I don't remember. Either way, there's nothing wrong with having an opinion. Just like my opinion on that... Oh, how much more do I have? Okay, not too much. My opinion that Shadowlands wasn't as bad as everyone says, and that Sylvanas and the Jailer aren't the worst things in the world for Shadowlands. But I'm sure there's plenty of people who would disagree with me on that hardcore, which is totally fine. But had it been written a bit better and more kind of thoughtfully throughout the previous expansions, I think it would have been much more well received. In comparison to the not well received that it was. Interesting that Blizzard remembered that dude existed. By the way, that Blackrock Orc is the relative of that one Blackrock Orc from WoD Raid who is friendly if you ever did Blackrock Foundry. Interesting. I don't exactly know... Oh, the one that Elise is talking about? From the WoD... Or wait. Blackrock Orc is relative to that one Blackrock Orc from WoD Raid who is friendly. I don't remember... Then again, I didn't really raid in WoD, and when I have run through the WoD raids, it's usually been pretty quickly. Oh, almost knocked down my soda. That made the butt clench. I'll disagree with you about anything if you want. That is appreciated, Bearded, but I'm okay for now. I've seen plenty of the disagreements online and everything, so. And to be fair, your disagreements will just be like the opposite of what I say, since you don't really know WoW lore at all. Unless you actually watch my videos. I got you back, bro. I appreciate it. I know you do. I definitely know that. And I got yours. If you need me to disagree with you on anything, I got you. I'm an expert in WoW lore. You are the one I come to for all my WoW questions, for sure. Honestly, the Chronicle Volume 4 clarifications helped me accept it more. I need to read through that. I do actually have the book. I'm a level 12 Night Elf Mohawk. That is... There are levels, and 12 is one of those levels, so you got that right. You were close, kind of. There's a Night Elf, but not how you spelled it. And Mohawk is a hairstyle, not a, like, class. But you're close. You're getting there. I know the Flying Buttress did a... The event right now lets you get Night Elf Mohawk grenades. Oh, that's beautiful. So in Blackrock Foundry, there's one friendly Blackrock Orc who helps you skip straight to Blackhand. Wait, did you not know Mr. T yet? Skip right to Blackhand. That one dude in Orgrimmar currently is his descendant, probably son or grandson. The one who speaks with the Earthen about reworking Orgrimmar. Interesting. Well, that's cool. Wait, I do remember the Mr. T ads. It has been ages since I've actually seen them. So I have no memory of what he said in them, but I remember the Mr. T ads. There was like 3 or 4 other celebrities that did commercials for a while back then. I pity the fool that takes my grenades. That's fair. I would pity that fool too. Alright, so we'll just put this stuff aside for now. And I want to go place some cobble because I feel like it. Aubrey Plaza, Chuck Norris, Vern Troyer. Oh yeah, Vern. I remember Vern. And Ozzy Osbourne. I vaguely recall Chuck Norris. I remember Vern. Ozzy I don't really remember, and I don't remember Aubrey. But that is cool. The good old days. Ozzy was a Forsaken Warlock. They put a hairstyle in to look like him even, I think. That doesn't really shock me. Also interested that in their conversation, Earthen says to you that the orc spoke about grandiose place of work, the Foundry, but it's now lost to Draenei, obviously. Interesting. I don't know when I'll be going back into the Foundry, or to WoD raids. But I definitely need the one sec. Where the hell are you? Curses me and my super organization. Current gobble. Where the hell did I put? Oh, scheisse. I literally had an Omashu one. In WoD Classic next year, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. Did they, like, confirm? No, it was miss. Screw it, we'll just put this one. There we go. I don't remember where the hell I put the other one. It might be over there. There. Just want to I just wanted Black Hand weapon. It's so good looking. I got it, thankfully. Nice. I need to get the mount also, that Iron Cleft Hoof. It's also a very nice one. The only mount I can think of that I really want right now is the Ashes of Alar. God, I wish they finished WoD if they do a classic. I mean, I would also love if they added on to classic, because they had a bunch of extra ideas for classic before it launched, and they had to obviously cut a lot back due to time and I'm guessing processing power at the time. But yeah, with how unfinished WoD was, it would be very cool if they were able to do that. Wait, did I literally leave it back there? Probably. That sounds like something I would do. Have you not seen Season of Discovery? I've seen it. I've played a little bit of it, but I haven't done a whole lot with it. Yeah, set it up over here. Yes, over here. I would definitely like to see Farallon. Oh, we need this. Need that. Put that away. Put that away. Season of Discovery is now officially Classic Plus. Oh, Classic Plus, basically. They're adding on all the... No way. Oh, that's awesome. I definitely gotta check that out. Farallon... Yeah, Farallon is another storm. I do remember that. I have that in my Burning Crusade lore video, where I talk about Farallon. There are some things I do remember. Oh, okay, so that was... Oh, okay. Geez, I'm an idiot. And what else is new? Not a whole lot, I tell you. Not a whole lot. And I didn't grab any cobble, because... They gave us tons of Scarlet Crusade lore. They finished the Ashbringer quest line. One of the bosses is alive, Lillian Voss. Ooh. So, I mean, that's awesome. So do they do some time travel stuff? Because I thought in OG, or in Vanilla, Lillian Voss was already undead. Because she was brought back to life, and I remember in the undead starting zone, I believe you have a quest to help Lillian Voss accept her current fate as undead. Oh, she was added in Cataclysm. Okay. I was wrong. Cool. That's fantastic then. For some reason, I always thought that that was just part of the beginning. Again, I never really played Horde back then, so... Stories like what happened to Lillian. Yeah, okay. Before she became... Because I just always thought that Lillian was Weir who killed her. Oh. Was that how it was in the original lore? Or did they, like, rewrite that to have us be the ones who killed her? See, there's a lot of things I know pieces of, but I don't know the whole story. And I don't know it until I do, like, a video on it. So okay, we never knew, so a technical retcon for clarity. Okay. That's really cool, though. It's done now, so we are the ones who ended her. Okay. Cool. Well, that's nifty. I like that. See, stuff like that's always nice. Yeah, I tend to not do like deep dives into stuff or anything like that unless I'm doing obviously a video on it. And so a lot of stuff I don't learn about until I do a video. Or I happen to see like a cinematic pop up on my YouTube feed. Yeah, retcons like that are nice. Those that make sense. Absolutely. I have an encyclopedic memory of WoW lore, so it's all in my brain, ready at a moment's notice. Can't make a sandwich, though. I mean, to be fair, making a sandwich or WoW lore, I'm gonna have to side with the lore. You can always Uber Eats some food to you. Only certain people can remember everything about the WoW lore. And I'm probably going to... We're gonna have many lore conversations. I hope you realize that, at least. Because... yeah. Lore talks are going to happen. It's definitely not a debate. Things are going to happen. And I'm sure I'll find some questions or confusions with the lore, because I'd have to go back and watch my old videos. Don't worry, I have like no one to talk to about it, so I'm very happy. You and me both. There's the occasional person who I can kind of lore dump on in a way, but definitely not to where they actually know what the hell I'm talking about. Because for Valeera, for instance, when I was working on her video, I was trying to work out how to work on the timings and everything like that, because I think some of it was something about... Oh, this is gonna bug me. Because I remember I was really trying to figure out, I think it was... It's gonna come to me just randomly, and I'm gonna go, that was what it was. I just know it. It's gonna be when I'm just about to go to sleep, and then I get energy from actually remembering it. Oh, I remember. It was because I was trying to figure out how to write the script for Madan and try to figure out what to incorporate for him, because technically Madan is canon, him becoming Guardian is not. And so I was really trying to figure out, okay, so what the hell do I include? How much should I add to it? Should I really add everything that's in the comic? Since in the comic it has him obviously becoming Guardian temporarily. And with that... Wait, where did I put this then? Oh, that's why. Never mind. That's why. Stuff like that, to where I was going deep down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out how to write the damn thing and figure out what the hell to include, what not to include. It was going deep. You're thinking of Orisa. Valeera is the rogue assassin who was the gladiator, with Broll and, oh my god, Varian. Orisa is Silver Covenant and Aunt, yeah, and Aunt to Eretor. I got them mixed up multiple times. But yeah, Valeera is the rogue assassin who was featured in the WoW comic, and she went on to be basically Anduin's, maybe I remember incorrect, but Madan isn't canon anymore. I could be wrong, but he's like the Ultra Jesus of WoW. He's the best damn shaman, priest, warlock, and... Oh yeah. This is just from what I read from the wiki. And it was confirmed by one of the devs that he's canon, but everything... Oh yeah, you're right, it's hard sometimes because Alaria, Valeera... Yeah. But yeah, it's Orisa is, you know, Orisa Windrunner, Valera Sanguinar. I hope that's how you say her name. But from what I read in the dev files or the dev stuff on the wiki, Madan is still canon, but they couldn't really find a good spot to bring him back ever. Unless there was another retcon at some point that I wasn't aware of. But when I was doing the research for Valera's video, it was showing that he was canon, but him being Guardian was not. Called the Mary Sue of WoW. Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. He was gifted at everything. He had really no weakness. He picked up Paladin healing basically instantly. He could teleport pretty easily. It was a whole thing. He could be a really cool character, but they really should just not have him be... There's nothing with having a jack of all trades, but he was able to basically be better than Marad at healing and stuff like that, or he was... Like, I think there was a small text talking about how he was with his holy magic, but not as good as Marad. But with how quickly he was picking up literally everything, it's kind of like, okay, so in like 2 weeks, he would be like a master. I would like them to add Atiesh back and having him be a part of it, then giving it to Khadgar. That'd be cool. I'm all for bringing stuff back like that. I will say that cinematic with Khadgar using Atiesh against, oh my god, Xal'atath was, although to be fair, I'm very biased. I really love when they add the cinematics in. They're just awesome. Yeah, he was like, wow, I can do this stuff even though I have zero experience. Yeah, it was very... Because when I was reading the comic, it was one of those things where he would pop up and it would be... he was trying to learn how to teleport, and all of a sudden he goes, well, I'm not quite as good as... Wow, names are escaping me. Meryl. You know, I'm not quite as good as Meryl, but I can do it. And it's like, dude, you like just learned the spell 3 seconds ago and you're able to teleport 3 people. When for Meryl it was saying it was tough. Is the ribbon blue in the somatic? In the somatic. Cinematic? That's the ribbon color for mages since the legendary has had different ribbons for each class. I don't know. That's the ribbon color for mages. Was it ribbon like wrapped around Atiesh, or was it like Khadgar wearing some sort of ribbon? Yeah, it's a bit too much. Oh, agreed. I have no problem with like if they're a, you know, jack of all trades, master of none, to where, for example, he can do a teleport, but he can only teleport himself, kind of a thing, or he can use Holy Light to heal, but he's nowhere near as good as Marad or any priest trying to heal. It's like I can hold you together, but it takes a lot out of me to do a big heal, and on top of that, it's not very permanent, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, ribbon around Atiesh. I would have to look. I don't remember. I didn't pay too much attention to that because I didn't honestly know that was a thing. Because the ribbon color for mages is that, okay. Different ribbons for each class. Interesting. I did not know that. I love to learn that sort of stuff. I will have to rewatch the cinematic and see, because I'm very curious. But yeah, from what I've seen, from what I've read online, Madan is still canon. He just not... There was no him being Guardian. That was retconned multiple times, because even during the Legion cinematic, or not the cinematic, but the Warbringers video that Blizz released, Khadgar specifically says that after, when he was talking to Medivh's ghost, or technically the Dreadlord, who was impersonating Medivh, when he was talking to him, he said that after you, we couldn't trust to have another Guardian, so we never did. So there is canonically no Guardian after Medivh. Roll Bearmantle? Is that who you're talking about? Because I don't know Bear Totem. I know Roll Bearmantle. But he's still hanging around at Silithus trying to heal the wound. That's something that always kind of bugs me when they have, like, for example, the comic, you see Varian get really close with Valeera and Broll, but outside the comic, they're just secondary characters. When it's like, Broll I can kind of understand because he didn't have quite as close connection to Anduin as I think he did Varian. But with Valeera near the end of the comic, she was essentially his protector. And later on, Bearmantle's doing chores at the moment. Okay, I'm like, don't tell me there's like a separate Broll they just didn't feel like. But I was really, when I actually learned more about Valeera, I was really disappointed that they didn't have her more in Shadowlands, especially with Anduin getting taken and missing and everything like that. It seemed like she should have been there, like, right by their side, trying to help Anduin however she could, because that was really her main focus throughout the comic. Once she actually met Anduin and Varian trusted her to watch after him. And I was like, I love that dynamic. Khadgar, I mean, he's like a Guardian to an extent, but obviously the difference between a Guardian like Medivh and how Khadgar kind of is the original Guardian had the power of separate mages funneled into them, so they were mega powerful. Khadgar is no slouch. He's no weakling, but he's always there to help, but he just doesn't have the same magnitude of power that Medivh or his mother had. He's always there to help out. Oh yeah. Khadgar has shown that he's one for just helping people in general. Horde, Alliance, if they need help, he's there to help, one way or the other. And like the big thing for me when they try to do a fake out his death in obviously War Within, I was just thinking there's no way they're gonna kill him like that. He's been old long enough to be the age he looks. I love that he hates his statue in Stormwind. When does he say that? I vaguely recall hearing that somewhere. Was that in a book or like a voice line in the game? Or was it in like that new video they released where the Sons of Lothar got together? I swear I've heard that or read that somewhere. I think when he was turned old, like obviously during the fight with Medivh, he was like early 20s, I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah, he's old enough, he's been alive long enough to now to look his age. He and Archmage Modera have some love stuff going on or something like that. There's nothing like majorly confirmed, but there was a little teaser / hint of it when Alleria was talking to Khadgar after she rescued him, and she hinted at there was some sort of flirtation going on between them, and he just kind of shrugged her off. I don't remember the full conversation, but if you talk to him after you rescue him, and he gets his chair and he's sitting next to the table with Ilaria on the other side, if you do the I think it's stay a while and listen is how it is. If you do that, then let's see if I can get up here. Nailed it. If you do the stay a while and listen, they do a little talk about that. I say I don't remember the exact context, but I just remember there was a little hint of flirtation going on. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, rockets. Wait, what? Oh, bloody hell. Well, I got gunpowder at least, so I can... Did I do that again? Yeah, I did. Well. So what we'll do... Did I screwed myself on this one, huh? How the cook grumbles sometimes. Oh well. Someone said that imagine being Khadgar and seeing people his age earlier in his life, falling in love and so on, living their life where he kind of lost his life. Yeah. Well, he talks about that in... what is it? He talks about it in the book where they go to Draenor, and he's talking to Ilaria about it, to where he just feels so out of touch. I think it was The Dark Portal was the book, and he talks to Ilaria about how he's, you know, early 20s, but he looks like he's 60, and he doesn't feel like he can have really a regular life at this point. Khadgar says the statue makes him look too old in some voice lines from Dragonflight pre-patch. Okay. That is good to know. I said I always love learning stuff like that. Alright, we will put 6 there. We'll make these into paper. Bro, why are you talking about me like this? You look beautiful, bearded. You look beautiful. Definitely not talking about you. I would never do such a thing. Except for the times that I do. Yeah. Wait, it'd be... Rallian thinks they botched his nose, so he doesn't like his either. I do love them, like, bashing their their statues when they're like a memoriam to them. The War Within showed really well Khadgar's and Ilaria's bond. Ilaria really cares for him. Oh yeah. I mean, they've been through quite literally hell. Like, they had not only been to Draenor, but... So, one more. They had been... Yeah, I mean... I feel like when you've been friends through a war like that, and everything, it really bonds you together, so... And it was definitely nice to see that extra fire in her, to where she's actively trying to fight through her emotions. The Sons of Lothar, who presumably gave their lives. Well, All the sons of Lothar alive and well. Alive, yes. Well, that might be up for debate. But they are alive, so I'm assuming there's some PTSD thrown in there. And obviously with Ilaria and Turalyon being away for, to them, what was like 1,000, 5,000 years, something like that. Some crazy number. Only one dead in the Valley of Heroes in Varian. Those audio dramas were peak. I did finally listen to the 1,000 Year War. I think it was. With Turalyon and Ilaria and their fight and everything. Finally got to listen to that. That was awesome. I was a little taken back by the voice actors weren't the same as they are in game. Turalyon's is different. I think Ilaria's is. I'd have to re-listen to it, but I know Turalyon's was. It was actually nice in that one voice story where Turalyon and Eitrigg meet, and I remember the old days when they're on opposite sides ready to kill each other, but Turalyon is still kind of young, whereas Eitrigg is old now. Oh, bloody hell. Nailed it. Actually nice in that one voice story. Is that the new one that came out where they met for Wintervale? You listen to the audio dramas for the conflict in Arathi Highland, I'm pretty sure it's directly related to the next WoW patch. I have not. I have been meaning to. Was that the ones where Chris Metzen was doing the narration? Because I know I have it tabbed somewhere. Well, yeah, except for those times, obviously. Exactly. Yeah, like I say, I personally have really enjoyed all the cinematics and all of the videos that Blizz was putting out. I need to listen to the actual audio dramas, though. Tisk tisk, wow lord tuber slacking. I very much am. Well, and one problem is that, obviously, a lot of my videos recently, minus Ilaria, has been for old videos, or old content. And so I tend to not dive too far into the lore unless I need to for the video, otherwise I'll go down a rabbit hole that I won't pull myself out of. And I'll never get a video out. Which some people may be okay with. I have had some haters, which is always funny to see in the comments. So we need... Well, first we need this. Need to get over here. Pretty sure we're just going up more. Hello. Ooh. Here's where it's gonna get fun. Well, I know they released that. I don't know if the story's actually like in the game because I couldn't find a trigger for it. Where, Farron comes to Arathi, and her and the Nath do some figuring out of things going on. I saw one content creator do a video talking about, or not a video talking about it, but what the hell? Cinematics and like the in-game stuff. Yeah, we can do this. I hope Magni has some kind words with Moira and Dagran II soon. I need him to apologize to his daughter for murdering her husband, and apologize to Dagran for robbing him of a life with a father. Was there a specific reason why he killed him? Because wasn't it because he was, like, not a good guy? So I thought he was, like, the villain at the time. I don't remember the whole story, but... I mean, if he just killed him because he's a Dark Iron and for literally no other reason, then yeah, apology would definitely be in order. Cobble... Up. Oh, hello. Some fires going on. Take out this tree. Light up the area down here because I feel like it. I don't really need to light up any areas underneath the cobble, but I just feel like it. Moira married him and Magni assumed she was kidnapped. Dagran, I respected her. Oh, Dagran the First respected her and treated her as an equal, which he's never experienced as Magni was turbo sexist. I'm glad Magni isn't a diamond dude anymore. Agreed. Oh gosh, you sure? Okay. I do want to do a video talking about Magni and his bro theirs. Oh. So it was under the belief that she was kidnapped, but he was also just very sexist. The great thing and the problem with WoW is that there's so many stories and so many characters to do videos on and so many... Basically, I will never run out of content to do because there's... You jerk. So we had adventurers go rescue her and we killed Dagran and we're like, your father sent us to save you. We've killed most of the people here and now come to your dad who had us kill everyone for money. Yeah, she was initially kidnapped, in fairness. I mean, I can understand his rush to judgment. However, he wouldn't believe her. The problem is that he wouldn't believe her due to his initial assumption that she was kidnapped. So even if she was, I mean, she was telling the truth, but even with her saying that, in his mind, he's thinking, she's kidnapped, she's being forced to say this, she's definitely under duress, sort of a thing. And kind of the whole grieving father mentality, but obviously him assuming that she couldn't be a leader doesn't help his case. At all. So, I mean, I can understand the rush to that sort of judgment when he believed that she was kidnapped. But at that point, they just saw the Dark Irons as all evil, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts. If you're a Dark Iron, you're evil, kind of a thing. Because I do remember the quest where we go in and we kill her husband, and she gets very mad at us. I do recall that. I haven't done it in ages, but I do remember. Which is weird that that actually is a strong enough memory. Bad. Bad zombie. Hi, zombie. Light up this part of the cave, which is why I don't really worry too much about like lighting up. Because I know that there's, well, mostly there's no point. Well, that could have ended badly. He's also gone long enough before he sent anyone for her to fall in love, get married, become well respected in Blackrock Depths, Shadowforge City, and become with child. So it's not like he rushed. Yeah, I could get that. Yeah. I mean, obviously, minimum to be with child, that can just take a single night, so that's not too long. To be respected, that could take some time depending on how her relationship. Yeah, it's. But yeah, he definitely wasn't. He wasn't sprinting to get us there. uh. Oh, that drops that. Okay. Well, Cow, just to save you the unbearable. Wow, I actually hit him. Wow, that's surprising. Okay. Do I have? Yes. There we go. The second he became a Thragar, she pounced to take over Ironforge, and I kind of don't blame her. I can definitely get the resentment. And the kind of FU mentality. I could very well see that. Pretty sure we go a bit more. That as far as we go? Oh, it's down here. Bloody hell. Alright. And over here, okay. Should be able to finish this before too many mobs spawn. However, I say that, and then back at the bed it's just going to be Mob City. She's lucky Anduin saw her point and chilled out Varian so he didn't murder anyone. That is one thing about Anduin. He's always been the... He doesn't want war. He doesn't want to fight, but he is willing and able to if needed. Which is probably, I mean, one thing I really like about Anduin is he tries to understand the people rather than just diving into the war. But one thing... This could end badly. No. Do we have mobs around my bed? Oop. Oh, you jerks. Fine. Naughty. Jesus, zombies sent you from a faraway distance. He takes after Lane a lot, in my opinion, and his mother. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, zombie died. There we go. Wait, talking about Anduin. Is Thrall a warrior or a shaman or both? Officially, currently. I don't personally know. I would guess he's more shaman, since, I mean, probably a little bit of both, but I would lean more toward shaman. We haven't seen him do much shamanness so far, but I would say he never lost his shaman abilities, minus, I think, one time in one of the books. It wasn't Dawn of the Aspects. There was a book that I know that he was struggling to actually use the elements because they didn't want to work with him. Oh, seeing him struggling with shamanism lately or something. I personally haven't, but that obviously doesn't mean that it's not. But now I'm curious. Yeah, get this done. All right. I think it's this way. He lost his connection to the elements for a bit after he killed Garrosh. I can believe that. I'm guessing the spirits kind of thought it was more out of just revenge rather than necessity or something. I mean, I don't know if we've really seen him do much warriorness. From the cinematics and stuff that I've seen, he really hasn't been involved in much of the fighting unless I'm forgetting something. Because mostly it's been like Ilaria going to the different areas, we go and help her, we fight. But I don't think he's been involved minus the intro when you first land on Dornogal. Again, I could be wrong. But he was using shaman abilities on Dornogal when he first landed, I believe? I wasn't paying attention. I literally just played through that too on my mage. But I kind of just accepted and ran. Oh, might want to drink a little potion. Personally, I'm not a huge fan Not a huge fan of how shamanism works. Every other school of magic is about learning it, while shamanism is more about bargaining and you might lose all your power if elements are like, nah man, you don't hit the vibe check. Yeah, I think with shamanism it's more like the respect in the art, I guess. The elements don't want to be used for, I don't know, like I don't know, malicious, but they definitely have a personality, of their own, I guess. I haven't really dove into shamanism or specifics on it, but that is a good point. It's definitely one of those, you have to be sure you appease the elements if you actually want to use shamanism. You have to be sure they're cool with your actions or something. This would take 75 times as long if I didn't have this mod helping me out. I would still probably try it, but I may not do it in survival. I always think to myself, why didn't I just do this in creative? Why didn't I just want to build it like that? And it's because I hate myself, that's why. Deep down, it's probably because I hate myself a lot. I feel like that's the only sane reason why I wouldn't accept that offer. Or I'm just an idiot. Because Thrall is like the shaman of all time, and even he's kind of powerless when it comes to shamanism. I feel like there's more to it, but I definitely get your point. Again, I'd have to do a deep dive on it to try and figure it out. Compared to Warlock, want to learn it? Be an almighty destroyer whenever you need to be? Gotcha. Warlock, I think, has more drawbacks in the, like, official lore-esque stuff. I think. Again, I can't remember totally, but... Ooh, we do actually need... Sweet. I'd be thinking Demon Hunter. Because Demon Hunter, you gotta, you know, like, consume a demon, so... That's not on everyone's want-to-do list to get the power. And even then, you're, it's not a pleasant time. Because you have the demon always hungering to get out. Yeah, I remember something like the more you use Fel, the more you get demonic features and stuff like that. Yeah. Like, there is definitely a drawback to using the Fel and demonic energies. I don't remember all the drawbacks, but... Use the correct wiki now. They changed where they host it. They are off of fandom now. Yes. I did see that, and I have it, it's like warcraft.wiki, I believe. Unless there's another one that I don't know about, but the one I've been using is warcraft.wiki. But Fel is like get rich quick type of stuff. Yeah. I mean, Fel is definitely like the if you want the power to get it now, go with Fel. But it's not recommended. Compared to Arcane, which you need to study for years, yeah. But then you got, like, Shadow Magic, which priests use, and then... I would assume that, you know, Warlocks use basically Shadow. Kind of my assumption. Like I say, I never done really a deep dive into it. Yeah, just making sure I even got an add-on to automatically redirect me. That is smart. I have it bookmarked, so I know where to go. Shadow drives you crazy or something? Okay. I swear I need to do like a video on a deep dive of the powers in Warcraft. Because there is actually like a of all the cosmic forces in the universe, it got like the Holy Light, it's got Fel, it's got Shadow, all this stuff, so I'll have to check it out and see. I don't know how, like, well it would do as far as views go, but if I'm feeling interested in it, I'll do it. The more you use it, the more insane you become. Kind of like TikTok or a lot of social medias, I feel. Twitter. Hi, mobs. Are we here to have a slumber party? Because I don't want to have one with you. You're just going to explode in my face. You jerk. Told you. Naughty. Finish this. Gosh darn it. There we go. I am not an archer by trade or anything. Ah, I'm so good. Light, void, Fel, arcane, life, death. Yeah. There's a whole chart that is on the wiki where it has the main forces, like the main bad S. Jesus. Y'all are just evil. Fine, fine, I'll fly away. Hunter archery class quest failed. Absolutely. There's a reason I'm glad you don't really have to, like, aim in WoW for hunters. You just spam your stuff. Because there's some times where I'm basically Hawkeye, and it's great. Really? Cool. Let's fly away. Fly away home. Alright, we're gonna need to do a little flyby shooting. Nailed it. And who said I wasn't good at archery? Oh yeah, that was me. Alright. You? Really? Bruh. There we go. Note to self. Actually light up the area. Oh, no, no. Alright. Well, this has become, painful. There's a baby somewhere. Stupid baby. Seriously? I don't want the party. I do remember Callie was resurrected by the light. Well, and they had this whole quest. Was it for... Or it may not have been like a heritage thing or anything like that, but... Jeez, man. Really? Y'all are just calling in support randomly? Oh, you jerks. Alright. Thank you. We are going to take this and just go somewhere that I can place this thing down. Holy balls, man. Okay. Oh, I definitely will be lighting up the area. That's not a worry. I just needed to kill them and actually be able to, you know, get away. They wouldn't leave me alone. All right. And guess who's about to spam torches? Me. Let's make sure we get equal coverage. That was just rude. All I wanted to do was take a nap. And they were against that. Which I'm against them being against that. I built up that area. Okay. Kalia also has a daughter who is basically the last Menethil alive. Yeah. I didn't know she had a daughter though. When I looked up Callie, I don't remember seeing a daughter. Now I'm curious. Kalia. Oh, so they have an unnamed daughter. Okay. Unnamed daughter and husband. Apparently it's in chapter 25 Before the Storm. I might have Before the Storm. Let me check real quick. I'm curious. I might be able to read that and see what happens. Okay. So I do have Before the Storm. Apparently she's mentioned in, or yeah, she mentioned chapter 25, which is where? Let's see. Full maps, prologue. Just want to don't put the chapter list anymore. And a crocky y'all running. Let's see, Star Trek. Christy Golden. Apparently we just have to scroll through the book and see. Okay. I know Sylvanas killed a lot of people trying to reconnect with their families. Oh yeah. Ugh, that was brutal. Chapter 25. Pretty sure that's what I said. Chapter 25, okay. Let's see if I can just scan this. Oh. Okay. It's not the direct heir. Don't have responsibilities. If I had, I might have agreed with that protest. It looks like she's alive. What am I reading then? Hang on. There was a child, Kalia Menethil said so softly that he had a strain to hear her. It was enough, but Anduin waited to see if she was ready to tell her story. Just as he drew breath to change the subject, she began to speak. You must understand, my father was ordinarily a kind and understanding man. But on this one thing, he was firm. He was to choose the man I was to marry, and I was to agree to it. Her sorrowful sea-green eyes lifted from the clasped hands in her lap. I've made many mistakes and poor choices in my life. Everyone has. But as royalty, our decisions matter more than those of others because they affect so many more people. You may feel that you have to find a queen, have an heir. Oh, you may feel you have to find a queen, have an heir. Your advisors want you to make a good political match. Others might be able to live with such things, but not people like us. Promise me this, Anduin. Whatever anyone tells you to do, don't marry if your heart doesn't tell you to. Her face was fierce, but still beautiful and haunted, and her words struck him with the power of truth. Even so, Anduin knew that in the end, he would have to do what was best for his kingdom. I cannot make a promise a man to be able to keep, he said, but for what it's worth, I share your feelings on this matter. It says here she's alive. I don't know where she is. She can... Or is he talking about someone else? Hang on. I was not their direct heir. I don't have your responsibility. If I had, I might have agreed without protest, but Arthas was the heir, the firstborn son. As he grew up, Pop began to focus more on him. It seemed as though he and Jane would be a perfect couple. Love match as well as sound political. Oh, okay. She was talking about Jaina. But with a child. So she's mentioned. Okay, so that's about Jaina. I was enough stars of the heart. Anyone surmised Sylvanas murdered her herself. Yeah, the husband was a knight of Lordaeron and no one from nobility. Because she wanted to, follow her heart rather than what her father was trying to force her to do. When I was certain that I was carrying, I confided in my mother. Oh, she was furious with me, but she could tell by the face that this was true love. I assured her my child would be legitimate. Father was too caught up in Arthas to make much objection with my mother, and I went on a long rest to more remote parts of the kingdom. Callie's hand ceased to move on her abdomen. Yeah, I got to hold my beautiful baby, my beautiful little girl, and tend to her for a few weeks before it was decided that my husband would raise her. Away from Lordaeron and ignorant of her birthright. Mother promised that when the time was right, when Arthas had finally married and produced an heir, we would acknowledge my daughter and perhaps elevate my husband to a nobleman's status so that her name would be unsullied. That day never came, but the scourge did. For a brief moment, I knew what a daughter's son would look like, regardless of appearance or gender. The baby felt deeply loved. I don't remember much of that time. I remember lying in a ditch while the scourge passed above me. I believe to this day it was thanks to the light that they never found me. I made my way to South Shore. My husband and child had been hidden away. We all three wept when we were reunited, but it was not to last. Anna reached for one of her fisted hands. For a moment it was tense. You don't have to say anything else. I'm sorry I troubled you. It's all right, she said. I've started now. I think I want to finish. Okay, if you wish. See, now I'm curious about it. Jeez. I should probably actually fully read these books more, huh? I listened to the audiobook of this one. It's really good. It's voiced by the guy who does Anduin's voice. No one recognized me. Everyone assumed I was dead. We were happy for a time. And then came the blight. We ran. I wasn't about to leave my family again. But in the crowd, we were separated. I stood in the middle of the street, screaming for them. Someone took pity on me, pulling me pulling me onto his horse and galloping past the limits of the town barely in time. There was a cluster of refugees in the forest. So many of us waited, desperate for word of our loved ones. Sometimes prayers were answered, and there were reunions that were... Callie bit her lip. I prayed that my family too would be spared, but her voice trailed off. I never saw them again. So yeah, they got separated at South Shore when the blight came, and she hadn't seen them since. You're hoping that your husband and child too became forsaken instead of dying as scourge, he said softly. You're hoping you'll get a word from them at the gathering. Wiping away tears on her face. Yes, it was until I met the Archbishop that I started to understand the Forsaken weren't monsters. They were just us. The same people you and I would be if we had been killed and given a different sort of life. Okay, yeah, so that is good to know. I should probably actually, like, read through this, because that was good. Okay. So there's a possibility that she has a daughter out there, but it's not looking good. Let's just put it that way. Definitely not looking good. You could always go check retail South Shore for evidence of the likelihood of survival. I have a feeling they didn't survive, but at the same time, they could always come up with some story of, like, amnesia and she didn't know, so she was able to escape it somehow and never really knew her family, kind of a thing. Have you seen Scarlet Crusade propaganda during BFA concerning Anduin, Sylvanas, Gen, and Kalia? It was funny. Their plan was batshit crazy. I don't believe I have. Sounds interesting, though. I know that later on, the Scarlet Crusade kind of... Well, hopefully we're a little more better at flying than I was. They kind of went off their rockers, if I remember correctly. That's the Forsaken Heritage questline, I think? Okay. The Heritage questline is definitely one I need to do. I'm slowly working on Sylvanas's script, but trying to... The problem with her script is that there's not a whole lot in the wiki as far as, like, her relationship with Lyrith and her family and everything like that. It's pretty broad. So I'm really trying to take notes in the book and try to figure out how to write the opening or take notes and then feed the notes into AI and read through it and be sure that it actually sounds like I want it to. Because analysis paralysis is just a frickin' bitch, man. I'm trying to work through it, but it's a very slow process. Yeah, but they had posters put out in North and Eastern Kingdom during BFA, some crazy propaganda was prelude to Heritage Questline. Oh, okay. Well, that's a cool way to do it. Sylvanus. So, so the big thing for me, and there's certain times where I feel like some of the YouTubers were using like an AI voiceover, just a clone of their voice, which I have no problem with people using AI, obviously. My thing is just be open about how you use it. That's my only like shtick about it. Is I don't care what you use the AI for, just be open about it. Don't try and hide it or claim you did something kind of a thing. But there's certain words that they'll say that it was like, but last video you said it correctly. Why are you suddenly changing it now? And the one that kind of got me is when a YouTuber mispronounced Ian Hazacostas' name, and he pronounced it as Ion. And I'm like, that'd be fine if he was actually like, if that's how he pronounced his name, but in every interview that I've seen with him, it's Ian. And even before, he had pronounced that name correctly. And there was a couple others that I heard, and I'm just kind of going, how'd you mispronounce that? You've said, like, that's been confirmed and everything. But how do you get pronunciation of Sylvanus wrong? They say it so often. Like, there's no reason not to get that right. That's the thing that gets me. There's certain ones that, like, I tried to find, and I just couldn't. Due to, I mean, probably various reasons. Whether it's just really old content that hasn't been given a voice line. Specifically, Mad Season Show says Sylvanus. I never noticed that. Interesting. I just don't understand how you would mispronounce that, because I mean, they say her name so often. I mean, like, there's certain ones that may... Like, the big thing for me is why I more rely on how, if it's in-game or said by a dev or something like that, is that there's some names that may just have an accent due to the region it's in. I mean, Juan, for example, could have a different accent somewhere else where someone pronounced it differently, or just 1,000 other names, just the first one that came to mind. But, I mean, but when they say it when she's a main character, she says it in the cinematics, the voice lines, devs talk about her. I mean, how do you get it wrong? How do you mispronounce it when it's said so often? I don't get that. Like, I actively try to make sure that I have the right freaking pronunciation. It drives me crazy when I'm just guessing. I'm like, well, I hope this is right. Otherwise, someone's gonna be upset at me. But yeah, when it's like the main characters, Thrall, Sylvanus, Varian, Gen, Anduin, I mean, Garrosh, it's just like, how? And that's the thing that drives me crazy. It's like, whether it's not caring or they just kind of misspoke this one time, but you hear, as someone who does this, and who I get sick of hearing my own voice, but I tend to talk a lot. But in my edit, there's so many times where I've misspoke or I've flubbed up a line and I've had to go back and re-record that. And but when I know there's a way to pronounce, it's just that's just crazy to me. I had never heard someone pronounce it Sylvanus. It's just, I don't think I'd be able to watch them because that would just bug me. And that, I honestly stopped watching the one creator who mispronounced Ian's name. And he mispronounced another one. I can't remember what he mispronounced, but I was like, that, come on, dude. It was, but Oh, gotta go back. I'm a voice actor, so I hear you. It's brutal. I love watching WoW videos, so much so I have to be like, okay, this person's going to mispronounce everything. That would drive me crazy. Like if there's, because like I say, there's time like with, for example, Cardero. I specifically looked up before I started the video. Oh, seriously. I always feel bad because I cannot listen to Novel's accent at all, but he has so many lore videos. I am 100% with you on that. I have nothing against the guy. Seems like good people from the, you know, video that I watched and whatever, but for me it was the way he talks. Like, and I'm sure it's an accent thing or like I don't know, but he starts and stops like mid sentence, I noticed. And once I noticed that, I couldn't unhear it and it drove me crazy and I couldn't listen to his video. Because I tried watching he's from Netherlands, he speaks really good English. He does. Like I'm not saying he doesn't, like I don't understand him. It's the way he talks, or it's like it's not his English is not the problem. It's his I don't cadence. I have no issue with what I understand. Yeah, I really can't like fully articulate why, but I tried watching his Arthas video and I tried listening to it, but it's just I get the way he talks. I don't know if it's like how he narrates normally or if that's just how he talks on streams or in real life. I don't know, but I just couldn't listen to it. But I did find creator The Flying Buttress. I really like his videos. And he has a similar sense of humor to mine, which can be kind of childish at times, but it makes the world a bit more fun. Could just be the way they talk in the Netherlands. It's possible. Like I said, I nothing against the guy. He's got a bunch of lore videos, and I'm sure he's knowledgeable as all hell. But I just couldn't get into his videos. The way he spoke, how he spoke. Love the fine. Hell yeah. He actually got me into the WoW lore because I was watching Hyrule Maddox's video and he talked about Flying Buttress's videos, and I decided to check out his channel, and his early videos were rough, but I loved the humor and I loved what he was doing, so I binged all of it. And then later on, yeah, I mean, I thought it was spelled Hyrule Maddox. Hyruma Redex? Bloody hell, you're just like taking me to the frickin' classroom right now with how I pronounce things. I honestly thought that's how it was spelled. I never really looked at it. Holy shit. How much more? Oh, I should just start with holding shift. There we go. Hyrule Mad Rex. Yeah, I always thought it was Hyrule Maddox. That's like killing man, you're gold. Well, I'm glad I can humor you with my terrible pronunciation of things and misreading apparently. But once I had thought about getting into the WoW lore, doing WoW lore videos, because, I mean, I've played the game since I was a kid, and I really would like to know more about the world that I've been playing in since I was 14 or 15. And I wasn't really sure how to do it because I've always had the problem of analysis paralysis. And it's been that way since I was a kid. To where I couldn't rewrite anything to save my life. Some Finns are terrible at English because the language pronunciation is so different. Oh, absolutely. I have full and utter respect for people who are learning other languages. But I mean, at the end of the day, if it's annoying to listen to for a narration, can't really change that. Understood him perfectly. Just like say his delivery, I think, is the only way I can, his delivery. But I also understand doing a narration. Like when I first started, if I go back and listen to my old stuff, which I listen to my voice so much, I just get sick of my own voice. And I just kind of think to myself, shut up, man, shut up. Don't talk, just shut up. Please shut up. But apparently people like to listen to my voice to go to sleep, so sweet. Which I honestly wasn't expecting. I can also speak English very well. Awesome. What's your... So I'm assuming English is your second language? Or is English your first language? Since with Europe, I mean, you have so many countries so close to each other. Multilingual. Is it a common thing over there? I feel like it would be with how many just countries that are near each other, and you can kind of visit much easier to get a feeling for the language. It's mandatory in Finland. Everyone learns English in school, want it or not. Oh, okay. Interesting. Swedish is also mandatory. Excuse me. Interesting, interesting. So this might sound like a really dumb question, because it probably is. I'm considering doing more videos where I narrate. I'm really expressive storyteller, so that's how I like to hear things. Big on the dynamics, rise and fall of intensity. But everyone, I've just listened to so much dry narration or AI readings. I always thought that my readings would be super dry. Like I'm very monotone as it is when I speak for the most part. I can get excited when I talk about certain things, but when it comes to, in general, I'm very, oh, that's where that went. God, I'm an idiot. I'm very monotone. And so I was always thinking that no one would like my stuff because I would be too monotone. But my stupid question, so are you from Finland, Orc, or like the Netherlands? Speak 4 different languages, and I have studied 6. Jesus Christ, man, I can barely speak English. Well, that's freaking fantastic, my dude. I will say the most, like, immersive storytelling I've done is with the Valera video. Have you listened to my Valera video? Because that's like the most dynamic that I really get. I could probably go more if I really tried, but considering the way that I do my videos, it doesn't really make sense to do it unless I try to go for more of that storytelling arc. Personally, I think you have a good market corner with your Sleepy Times tonality. I mean, I'd like to think so. My parents lived in Estonia because of Soviet Union. They are not Estonian, they are Slavs. Am I saying that right? Slavs? At first, my mind went to slaves, and I'm like, that's definitely not right. That's definitely not right. So Slavic, I'm guessing. That's really cool. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. I know things. Not a lot, but I know things. Because I know my grandma's parents. I think my grandma's parents came from Germany. Either grandma's parents or grandma's parents' parents. I'm gonna say grandma's parents, but they came from Germany. I want to say I know there was immigrating. I know there was that happening, and my grandma growing up in the Great Depression, which made for some funny times when we would go out. I've probably fallen asleep to it at some point. I've probably fallen asleep to it at some point. When we hang out sometime, I'll give an example of how I read, but I'm a voice actor, so I read as a character, not as a narrator. That's valid. That's kind of comes with the territory of being an actor, I feel. You go for in character rather than the third person perspective kind of a deal. Dear God, imagine doing this the entire way to do all these cobble things. Nope. I think there's a market for it for me. I just need to do it. That was pretty much how it was for me. I mean, because like I said, when I first started the channel, I didn't think anyone would give two shits about me. I'm still surprised people watch my stuff and like it as much as they do, to be honest. Because I'm, of course, my own worst critic. And so I see all the flaws, all the things I need to fix, and everything, and things I want to improve. And I've been watching your channel since like day one. Oh, wow. That's fantastic. Well, I'm glad. And seeing some comments like that I've helped people when they really couldn't go to sleep. They listen to me when they're going to work or coming home, or, you know, kind of just at work and they're doing something. It's a lot of stuff I didn't expect, and I'm still surprised about, and I'm internally thankful and grateful that I can help people in some way like that. But yeah, I just never expected people to actually give a shit about my stuff. Since Lore of Terokkar, wow. Jeez, I remember working on that video. It was funny with that video. So I remember there was he wasn't like a big YouTuber, but it was my first time actually seeing someone actually watch my video. And so I think it was Samicus was the YouTuber's name. I think he's deleted the video or privated it or something because I couldn't find it. But I remember I was scrolling through YouTube and I stopped and I was like, wait, that's my video. That's my thumbnail. Huh? So for a second I thought someone stole my video and I thought they were like trying to use it for themselves, and I'm like, it's either really good that it's that good that someone wants to take it right away. I know Samicus. Okay. Yeah, he reacted to my Terokkar video. Like I say, I'm pretty sure he deleted it. I want to see a reaction to my lore video. I'm happy to listen to it when we're on a call. But yeah, it was it was pretty funny. I was just scrolling through and I saw my thumbnail and I go, wait, what? What's that in the court? That's not my what the hell? So like I say, at first I thought it was someone like taking my stuff. So I was at a mix of, it's that good that someone wants to steal it already? Cool. Annoying as hell, but cool. And then when I realized, oh, it's a reaction. And I was like, oh God, I'm so terrified right now. I don't want to see this. And so I sent it to my sibling chat group and I was like, can one of you watch this and tell me? Is it like, am I getting trashed? Like, what's going on here? And apparently the consensus in the chat and what he was saying was that I have, like, I sound like I'm very tired or something like that. But it was pretty funny. One day I'd love to have Pyro react to a video of mine. Your content's very good. I think you should keep doing it. Very comfortable to watch or listen. Thank you. I'm very glad about that, and I always, like I say, for me, I always see the worst of my stuff. So I see the things I want to work on. I see the things I want to improve, or different ideas for thumbnails, or different ideas for this or that and the other thing. And so it's really hard for me to, like, take a step back and like, okay, cool. But then I've also had some people get really pissy at me about using AI to write my scripts, or how I use it to write my scripts. And so, which was also a funny thing. Like, from day one, I knew that I wouldn't try to hide how I do the process, because at the end of the day, it's not worth it to try and, you know, beat around the bush to say whether you do or don't do something, kind of a thing. And so initially I was putting it in the pinned comment, just explaining how I do it. And now it's in my description, mostly because I would keep forgetting to go to do the pinned comment, because I can't do a pinned comment unless the video is live. And 9 times out of 10, I would just forget to log on and do the comment. So it's always in my description of how I do it. So it's never a question there. But it was funny, I was doing a stream sometime, and someone was, I don't know if they were genuinely upset or just kind of wanted to be a dick. Which is also possible. I really want them to add Zadormi for the old world zones like Ajara. Please, I want to see pre-Goblin Ajara in retail. Or Westfall. Ooh, yes, Westfall. I would definitely love that. Because there, I mean, the amount of hours that I spent in Westfall was absurd. The amount of hours that I'm still spending in Westfall on Classic is also absurd. Yeah. And we're going to do this. Okay, we should have enough to get through. Like, I understand I could go play Classic, but I don't want to go play a different game to play the old lore quests. No, I definitely get that. Well, like, the big thing that I remember from Classic into retail is the Stalvin quest. I can only assume that you've seen or heard of that quest or done that quest at some point, especially with how much you enjoy the lore like I do at this point. And the change from Classic to retail kind of diminished the coolness of it and the uniqueness of it. I think in the original it was just a guy who fell for the girl. However, she was already married, or fiance. Imagine reading a book series and you get a book that says complete series, but the whole first book of the series is gone. You gotta go buy the first book separate. No, I totally feel you. It would be great if they put a way to either explore the old zones or do something to where you can do that. Well, yeah, it's dumbed down immensely and shortened. I still remember doing all the traipsing across the continents to figure out what the hell happened. So much traipsing. It was just redonkulous. But it was such a darker turn, and it was just damn good. I want to do a video talking about Stalvin's questline, Because my god, does it get dark. Don't you, like, find the carriage or whatever in Classic? And you actually pretty much surmise it from there? Wouldn't mind if they just added the whole old Eastern Kingdom and Kalimdor as separate continents, even if there wasn't flying allowed. I feel like it'd be easy enough just to do the time travel stuff. They already have that with Darkshore and Darnassus. I love to personally go back to Darnassus just because I love that city. That is absolutely a city I would love to build in Minecraft. Like, let me be in the tree with my night elves. Darnassus has always and will always be my favorite city. Which is so damn cool. The ambiance, just the look of it, just, oh, it's so good. See pre-cat, oh yeah. Like I say, just that entire area. Aubergine, my precious. Wasn't it Aberdeen? Wasn't that the name of it? Not sure what the point of the new tree in Dragonflight was. It doesn't feel like the new capital of Night Elves. I definitely get it. It is, I think I auto-corrected, okay. I was like, dear God, don't tell me I've remembered something totally wrong again. The Dune Mora still throwing me for a loop, man. Yeah, I mean, for me, the big thing is that I can obviously just hop on my mage and travel back in time to Darnassus and hang out there, because that's just awesome. But, yeah, I don't totally get it. I like Belemeth well enough, but they just need to make more than what it is. Yeah, and I mean, it's so out of the way. Although I guess Darnassus would be too. You said it right, I'm so proud. Which one? Belemeth? Dunmara? I actually said it right? Awesome! Dunmara. I screwed it up already. Damn it! It's recorded. I have one good saying of Dunmara. Still feel like I'm screwing it up. Damn it. And yeah, see? I've been saying it Dunmara for like 18 years. I gotta have a little leeway. Oh, bloody hell, I had it in my... God, I'm an idiot. My ears, God, stop. I can't promise it. If we bring up that area, my mind is gonna be flipping like 3 different ways to pronounce it. Like I said, if you want me to consistently say it correctly, wait and see what the new capital of Forsaken will look like. I would love if we were able to get the capital city, Lordaeron. If we were able to get that redone or way to visit it before it fell to the Scourge, that would be amazing. I think that'd be awesome to explore. Seems like they're not going to be Undercity. Dune, like the book, more. Opposite of less. Dune Mora. That sounds so wrong. Why couldn't they just change it to how I've always said it? Would have made it so much easier. Dune Mora. Dune Mora. I swear we're gonna have to have, like, enunciation lessons. That was just throwing me. Like I said, I've been saying it wrong for 18 years. And it hurts me to not say it the way I've always said it. But with it being in the game, That is the canon way to say it, and I hate it. Nothing would bring me more joy. Well, that's fantastic, because you're about to get a lot of joy trying to help me enunciate stuff. Shoot, I wish I had talked to you sooner, because there was... Like I say, there was plenty of times in the past where I was trying to figure pronunciations for stuff, and I could not find them, so I just guessed. Or I had AI do a guess for me, and I'm like, that sounds close enough, but I'm guessing it's wrong. At this point, there are devs who pronounce it. Oh, okay, I feel better. If the devs are mispronouncing it, then I'm okay. I will accept my failure as gracefully as I can. I reached out earlier, I considered it, but didn't want to sound like an asshole. No, definitely wouldn't be an asshole. Like I said, I don't mind being corrected on stuff, you know, pronunciations of stuff. It's just a matter of, so long as you can prove it to me that it was said. Like, if I can have proof, whether, like I say, from the devs in the game, that it was said like that, I am totally cool with it. So long as you're not an asshole like, hey moron, you're screwing this up like a fucking idiot. You know, there's obviously a good way to bring it up, but yeah, it's... I would not be upset if... Because there was... I know Auchindoun was one that people were correcting me in the comments. There was... there was others. It was kind of... I think it was in the BC era of those videos was kind of the bigger ones that I was getting corrections for. I think I heard someone say Auchindoun... Auchindown? I have never pronounced it like that. I've always pronounced it as Auchindoun. If that was me, then I was like somehow drunk on stuff that I don't drink. Who the hell pronounced it Auchindown? What the hell? Yeah, I've always pronounced it Auchindoun. But there was other, like I say, I mean, I have almost 100 videos, over 100 videos, something like that, in that range. I forget how many videos I actually have. My channel. Oh, 128 videos. However, I think I have, although it's not like a guaranteed number because some of those are combinations of my smaller videos. So what's going on, Soul? How you doing? I'm just having my mind blown on things I've mispronounced for my entire life. Oh, Karazhan Library. Yeah, Karazhan. I think I've only watched one of their videos. At this point, I think the only like WoW lore stuff that I would watch would probably be Flying Buttress. But I try to avoid watching lore videos. I try to avoid watching other people's lore videos because I don't want to unintentionally like steal from them, kind of a thing. Like without realizing it, because I would never intentionally take something and be like, haha, it was mine. How have you been? Sorry I went quiet. No problem. I know life happens. Not a problem. I've been okay. I'm still recovering from surgery, so that's been fun. I had a bulging disc at my C6, C7, so I had surgery for that. I'm still recovering from there. My range of motion is basically crap. I hate the I hate the collar I have to wear for a while. I take it off occasionally because it just gets irritating, but I have to throw it back on because my neck starts to hurt after a while. It's not quite used to, you know, supporting my head. Fair, I have to have lore videos to listen to or I can't sleep. Understand a cone of shame. Yep, I have a cone of shame. Thankfully, it's not like the dog's cone of shame because I'm not trying to lick myself. And to be fair, I'm not that flexible anyway, so there's no problem there. But yeah, definitely have the cone of shame. What was it? Is it here? No. How did I lose shit again? Oh. I should probably actually look at my damn inventory more. That would be smart. Okay. Let's do this. Fill in this part. Yeah, DM me again on Discord if I didn't remove you in my purges. Maybe? How long has it been? Oh, it's it's been a little while. I last sent you a message on 6/16/24, so just shy of a year. So it's been a minute. I tend to listen to like just background music. I find just ambient music for me to go to sleep. But I'm glad that I was still surprised to hear people. I tend to overthink and I thought I was annoying you. I mean, I definitely overthink as well, so I can definitely understand that. You definitely weren't annoying me. Not that I remember. I vaguely recall the stuff we were talking about. Okay, I vaguely recall. Hmm. Favorite music from WoW? Yes, definitely share WoW music playlist. Absolutely. What is my favorite music from WoW? Growing up, I never really had like a. I always turned the in-game sounds off because I always listened to my own music. But after obviously doing the videos and stuff, first one that comes to mind is probably Grizzly Hills. And then there's a bunch of like the music in Icecrown is really good. Icecrown Citadel. Yeah. There's a bunch. Like they do fantastic work with the music, man. I love it. What are some objects in WoW like Belladar? I'm trying to find more I need to make the pronunciation guides for. Oh, Atiesh. I love Maghar orc music. It's tough, makes you feel like a badass orc. That's fair. I don't remember specifically the Maghar orc music, but I honestly I haven't really heard music by Blizz that I hate or anything like that. Like I specifically downloaded the Dragonflight music, and I've used that to go to sleep. Listen to that when I was trying to go to sleep. Beladar, Atiesh, probably Thasdara. Thasdara. Alaria's bow. What was Anduin's weapon? Totally spacing on it. Oh, excuse me. That one just sneaked out. Charlemagne, that's it. I was like, there's a name for it. Yeah, Charlemagne. Thank you, Orc. But yeah, Soul, you definitely weren't annoying me, and hopefully you've been doing well, because you know I don't want you to be doing bad. But I'll send you a message. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, Charlemagne. Trying to think of Frostmourne. I don't know if it's on there, but Frostmourne. Sylvanas' bow doesn't have a bow, I don't think, because Thasdara was Alaria's, and I don't think Sylvanas had a name for hers. Thrall has a mace, but first one that comes to mind is Doomhammer, but I know it's not that. Gorehowl. Can't forget Gorehowl. Probably one of the more iconic pieces. Doomhammer. Oh, it is Doomhammer? Okay. I wasn't sure if Thrall had Doomhammer or not. I could not remember. Ray Shalar? Shalar? Ra Shalar? Silly for Sylvanas. I'm sure there's a shice ton more, which is great and annoying at the same time. Okay, so let's do this. Let's... Perfect. I will at some point have to actually organize everything. But that day is not today. Okay, do that, do that, do that. Alright, so let's move down here. Ray Shalaray. Would be my bet, but it hasn't been pronounced yet. Fair enough. At some point it'll be obtainable. That wouldn't shock me. They already have Thasdara, so it would make sense to have Sylvanas' bow. That would be cool to have it, though. Lodestone, click. Oh, it's been data mined, okay. Well, that answers that question. So at some point it will be. Sad turtles. I've completely ruined their beach and their ocean. But I can always make them go sleepy by just to ensure they're not sad. Girls made it to the cobblestone? Well, I may or may not have invaded on their beach. It's really up in the air at this point. Depends on if you want to do like chicken or egg scenario. But, I mean, I may or may not have kind of, you know, put cobble over the entire ocean. So they're kind of just chilling there because they don't know what the hell to do. Even the axes of Gunnar will be usable. Ooh, cool. I'm really looking forward to Legion Remix. Because A, the dude who died in Frostfire Ridge in cinematic. Oh, okay, that guy. I know who you're talking about. Wait, how's my... Okay, electric's good. Because A, the one main reason I liked Mop Remix so much is I was able to get the sets. I love that. It was great. That was so awesome for me. Because it's just one less thing I need to farm. I still need to farm so many things. It's terrible. It's just terrible. Oh, I see some trees. I haven't seen the Frostfire cinematic in ages. I should probably start actually like... Well, I'd have to play through the Horde cinematic, or the Horde side. Meow. Meow. Oh, we need to go to... Yeah. You go grab more stoof. I forgot about that. Oh, the chest monsters are about to be... Well, they're already terrible. More terrible, I should say. At one point, I should probably build an actual storage area for everything in this world. It's kind of getting a bit ridiculous. Yeah, let's put this back. Girl's current weapon also has a name. I need to check it out. Okay, so he's not using Doomhammer. He was at one point, but isn't now. Yeah, I still need to cover this entire area as well. All Dragora. Okay. I need to cover this area. Yeah, basically this entire area here. This. All of this, this, and down here. Probably all the way... Oh, he gave it to the player shaman. Gotcha. That would make sense with Legion. Okay. Oh, Mushroom Islands. I do remember now. He gave it to the player shaman. Funny thing is, I've gone through that scenario so many times, but I still forget. The Dragora is a bit eh. It's just a wooden stick with axe blade, nothing special. Is the wooden stick at least like, you know, cool looking? Or is it literally just like a stick you found on a walk, nothing really cool carved in it or anything? Kinda, yeah, nothing special. Makes sense. I wonder if they'll try and give him a better weapon at some point. Kind of something more grandiose. Well, has lost these legendary weapons. There isn't any more much left. Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if they try and bring in or revive old legendary weapons. The only ones that remain are Atiyesh, Charlemagne, and Thura. And Thura has Axe of Cenarius. That's cool, at least. We need this over here. Okay. Why did I have oxidized copper? I don't remember. Roxgar is the baddest badass ever. I agree. Because he damaged... Was it kill Jaden? By the way, Thura is canon now. She appeared in Orc Heritage questline. Okay. That's good to know. Stargaris, that's it. I was like, I knew he injured one of the big bads. See, I knew I did part of the video on him. I think during Garrosh's or Gromash's video I talked about Roxigar. That is one that I actually knew. I'm proud of myself. I probably shouldn't be too proud of myself, but... Just an orc dude with a strong axe wounded the Space Satan himself. And I hope that's how Broxigar put it when he finally went to the afterlife. I attacked Space Satan. I injured him. Nailed it. Wonder what happened to him. He did technically die in the Twisting Nether, so who knows. Kind of funny how in the end Broxgar is just a dude with an axe, but he killed like countless of demons, like cutting butter. Considering just a mortal with a cool axe. He was also very angry, so rage can help a lot, I feel. Let's put this. Yeah. Oh, and here's a memoriam for my dog, Gracie. When we first got her, we thought she was a fox. And she was the best dog bloody ever. And she was 15 when she passed. So, needless to say, when foxes were in the game, I needed to have a fox with me. And name her Gracie. Orcs have a tendency to kill big bad demons. That does not shock me. They do strike me as big bad demon killers. And also the kind of people who are basically like, I'll do what I want. Grom killed Manaroth twice. I do remember that. Grom was having none of his shit. How much more does this have? Or... yeah, it's fine. There we go. Just to make it a little more speedy. I wish we got Gorehowl back. There's no reason to not have some orc wield it. Like in, have one of the orc characters wield it? Because didn't you say or someone say that we got the Gorehowl redo or something like that? Okay, yeah. Like, don't tell me I hallucinated that or something. Oh, alternate Gorehowl. Yo. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Which is the new model, okay. It certainly wouldn't shock me if they throw in OG Gorehowl at some point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One can hope, at least. Let's throw... hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2... get... 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 yeah. If I remember correctly, the timeline which we got it from was called Warlands, which was Azeroth, where Alliance and Horde never stopped fighting and the whole world was ruined, like after World War. Okay. Like after World War. In that timeline, Anduin, Lothar, and Grom are both alive and leading their forces. Interesting. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Finish this. After I finish up this, we'll probably call it a night. As there we go. Well, that worked out freaking perfectly. Jesus. Okay. Sweet. Man, I love they added Dead Mines back for classic time lock, but man, I wish they added the quest too. I'm surprised they didn't. They seem to do that usually, I thought. Unless... No, I guess time walking isn't when you're leveling a character, so it could be considered different. But yeah, I am surprised they didn't actually. I spent so much time in Dead Mines back in the day. Or had Kid Vanessa. Ooh, that would have been cool. Kid Vanessa around, watching us as we were going through and, you know, murdering her father's forces. Just usual stuff. Okay. Where's the other one? Beautiful. Because she was there, she watched us. Why isn't she there? I'm just saying. It's time walking. Come on, Bronze Dragonflight. I don't disagree. Because she does say she watched us, didn't she? Like she watched us kill her father or something like that. Like there's confirmation from her voice line saying that she watched us. Oh, finally it's finished. It should be just finishing up these. We found a corrupted Ashbringer, which is even more corrupted and more powerful than the one in the main universe in Dragonflight from the Scourge timeline. I go the completely wrong way. Oh no, I was going the right way. That was actually... yeah. I'd be kind of curious to know more about the different timelines they kind of set up. Since you haven't done the Mega Dungeon, you haven't seen Galakrond in game. I have not. That's a crazy view. I've seen the cinematic with Iridikron after he gets the Dark Heart, but I haven't actually seen the been in game to see it for myself. Just dump the hoppers. I'm not too worried about the hoppers. I think I wanted to do it when it came out, but I got distracted with other things. To drag you through it. Happily. I don't know if you really need to drag me, because I'll willingly go. But if you would rather drag me, that's fine. It was like Mythic Plus, but without timer because it was Mega Dungeon. I don't do Mythic Plus, but cool. I'm curious, how much cobblestone have I put down? Search items. Cobble. 2,147,422 cobble blocks. That's a lot. How much brown stained glass did I do? 3,296,284. Well, I'll definitely be using more cobble than I did brown stained glass. Put this over here. Sure. Oh, we don't need the sticks. Move this next batch over. Oh. Can I get in the portal? Aha. I've done this before. That's why we have the totems of undying. So I get very annoyed of losing my stuff. Since I couldn't kill the creeper or skeleton, I wanted to kill something. Like the Trace Adkins song, I just want to feel something. I just want to feel something, something that's a real something. That's how it goes. It's been a while since I've listened to it. Bug just flew by Durnhold Keep and cried thinking about Taretha. That was one video I was actually really happy to do. Because she definitely deserves all the attention. Like, her life was bloody hell, man. And I think as far as the videos that my favorite video as far as my proudness of it would be the Lyrith video. She has an Orcish song made for her. Yes, she does. I do remember reading that. Yeah, my proudest video would be the one with the one about Lyrith, and then my one that I just wanted to get out because I didn't think that enough people knew about her, or there wasn't enough talk about her, was Taretha. Because once I learned about everything she went through, and without her, the orcs would be nowhere near what they are today. And so, such a good character. Woof woof. Alright. But I think it's going to do it for tonight. My tiredness is kicking over, and I might work on the strat video a little bit. But yeah. I do thanks for keeping us company through the screen. No problem. You have a good night as well, Orc. And Elise. And thanks for popping in, Solane and Bearded over on Twitch. Thank you, my brother. Much appreciated. I should probably get better about actually looking over at Twitch chat a bit more. But thanks for hanging in there. And yeah. I will see y'all in the next one whenever I decide to stream. And at least we'll be definitely having many conversations about lore stuff and pronunciations, because I'm pretty sure I pronounced a lot of things wrong. And yeah, that's gonna do it. All right, take care of yourselves, and I will chat with you later. Love you, beautiful people.